Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Like, my first hello, I was like, there's nothing?
No.
Oh,
A little bit of
okay.
soundboard, something.
And well, I was just like, I looked at it and like, everything's on, but like, nobody responded. Hello?
Interestingly, you opened your mouth and there was no audio, but then the ice cream truck started playing, so I think that really set the scene.
Head empty, only ice cream truck.
Just open mouth ice cream truck noise.
What I'm here for.
Yes.
Hi.
Oh, everybody is moved around. We're all in the wrong.
Oh, wait, what?
The bottom row only.
I'm like,
I'm
what?
here today.
Oh yeah.
What happened? What is this? Well,
What's going on?
Hang on.
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
I got this. this. I got this. Hella professional. Nope. Just
All right.
kidding. I still
I'm
don't
back
got
today?
it. Give me 1
Well,
second.
welcome to episode 42, you guys. If you're old school nerds from like the 90s or early 2000s, maybe this number means something to you.
Chat was already talking about it.
Oh yeah.
Hope you have your towels ready.
I didn't even think about the fact that I guess I set up the joke last episode.
Yeah, you said it. And I was like,
Yeah, you
that's
did.
a shame because it's episode 41.
Yeah, I know I should have. Well, yeah, I'm still at 42.
Yeah?
we have opportunities.
All right. I did things. Things are correct.
There you go.
I
All
just
right.
I checked it and then was like, yeah, it's fine. Everything's working. And then
There's
apparently
people
not.
here. We're fine.
This
It's
is
all good. It's all good.
fine. Anyway, hi, hello, friends. Welcome to Gut Punch RP, a tabletop role-playing game stream channel focused on inclusivity in gaming spaces as well as charity. You can type !donate into the chat, and that will take you to a link to our ongoing Tiltify event. Where we're raising money for I Need Diverse Gaming. Also type !charity to find more about that awesome organization. Additionally, each month we give away dice to random donors. So if you would like a chance to get some free tasty meth rocks, then, donate. Do the thing. It's cool. Also, just so you're aware, we use the money that comes into the channel for bits and subs to help with upgrades to the channel, as well as and primarily the money that we use for like the charity donations and stuff. So if you'd like to contribute that way, you can. We are sponsored by tabletoploot.com. You can type !tabletop loot into the chat to get a link, and that you can use the code GutPunchRP on purchase, checking out or something, and get like 15% off. Additionally, at the break, we give away $10 gift codes to tabletoploot.com, and you can use those in conjunction to basically get yourself a nice free set of dice. They have other things besides dice as well. They just updated their shop, and it's cool. You should check it out. If you'd like to support us in ways that do not require you to have cash exiting your hands and then putting it into the channel for charity or other reasons, then, just being here is all that we ask for. Doing things like following us on all the social media, liking our Go Live tweets, retweeting it, convincing your friends to watch, forcing them to log on to separate accounts, even if you're in the same location, because it helps. It really, really does help. If you have joined us for the first time, welcome. You're about to see a TPK. I'm kidding.
That's an opener.
Wow.
And in the grand tradition, it's me going, "Bring it on!" Amber melting into a chair, and then and everybody else laughing.
Yes. We're laughing nervously, yes.
We're gonna be fine.
Hey, if you TPK the party, then the show's over, right? So
That's right. No more show. Nothing ever again.
No, wait, go back.
we'll have to turn Cowboys into our flagship.
No,
Good
wait,
thing
don't
we
do
have
that.
another show coming.
Yeah. Okay. We're
I
getting
see you
ahead.
sitting over there talking. Stop it. You're our tank. Stop.
If you have joined us for the first time, this is our ongoing D&D 5th edition homebrew campaign, Lorelwind. As these jokers have also alluded to, this Thursday we will be playing some more in Blackwater, reviving our cowboy characters for an ongoing campaign. Additionally, starting September 17th, on every other Friday, we're going to be playing some more D&D, and our very own moderator, Princess Lady Bro, will be our DM for that show. I think that's pretty much all the announcements that I have to go through. Is that correct, Dusty?
Seems right to me.
Excellent. Then let's go for the recap that I have not written, but it's okay because all we did was a couple of encounters. So, when last we left our intrepid adventurers, they had gotten themselves out of some cages, got fireballed by a goblin, met a kind of odd, it's a good way to describe it, young lady. And then decided to go into this weird room that had now I'm doing the plural of the word that I cannot pronounce, so this is fun.
Diocese? Diocese?
Diocese is something different.
Yeah, diocese is different. Diocese, I believe.
That basically
Maybe?
lighting them off allowed for an additional round where the Grim Jester that they had to battle could take damage. And yeah, so they battled the Grim Jester and then began ascending a staircase that had and were able to avoid some traps thanks to our roguish detective agency over here. Now I'm just like trying to think of like it's two rogues and a barbarian
Who looks like a clown. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, God.
2 rogues and a whole lot of baggage.
Bjorn during the Grim Jester fight got kind of swapped with the Grim Jester, and so people were hitting Bjorn, not realizing it, thinking they were hitting the Jester. So ascended the staircase and then found themselves in a room that had 9 glass orbs, each with keys, as well as some like sparkly dust floating in them. One by one, they destroyed each of the orbs, collecting a random assortment of magical items, as well as some beasties that they had to fight. We fought a few elementals, we fought some shadows, fought a revenant. Well, pretty much just like destroyed a revenant right off the bat. Yeah. And instead of trying to secure the room and take a long rest that maybe would be needed, and maybe to take the time to attune to those nice little magical items that would have helped in the coming event, we have our new party member who grabbed the daylight orb from Sullen and walked into the magical darkness-filled next room. And upon entering it, you all saw the shape of a swarm of bats that solidified into a human form and began filling the room with laughter of a very menacing sort. And I forgot to set one thing up, so I'm gonna do that real quick.
I'm just thinking of that Oprah meme where she's like bees, except for it's bats, you know.
Born in the darkness, molded by it.
You're merely a visitor.
Professional
Hey man,
streamer
if you let
here.
us out of here, we'll stop bugging you. Like, you can keep vibing with your bats. We'll just go on our way. It'll be fine.
Bats are shaped like friends.
Yeah. I mean, you know, they occasionally carry pests you don't want, but
And and rabies.
this is why you build bat boxes, because bats are good actually, but you want them to not be in your home.
That's fair.
Everybody install
Yeah.
a bat box outside.
Everybody, a bat box, not in your bathroom, according to Purple.
Your bat room.
Bathroom.
Fun counter +1.
Oh, boy.
You know, I'm just here for dad jokes. So
Okay.
that's all I'm good for.
All right. So you see, as the room lights up, standing across the way is a male form, has a blue cloak, looks like he's wearing some silver armor, a sword at his hip, and has like a severe widow's peak, black slicked back hair, and he looks at you with these black eyes. opens his mouth and screams out, and you see the jagged teeth. And Halsey, instantly you know that this is a vampire, and I need every single one of you to roll initiative.
Can you show on the map where the daylight is hitting?
That is a great question. This is where I just pinged. It, for all purposes, is going to be the doorway that you came through. So, where would you have done it?
I mean, like, as I walked through, probably. Just little sister pain in the ass style.
Cry, little sister.
Wrong game.
Sorry. But I believe that puts it on the playlist.
You are right. You are right. Well, we need some bangers. So
We had a lot of memes on there.
DM, it appears everyone has shifted again.
Oh, yeah.
What? God damn it.
really?
It probably wasn't an again, it just for some reason. Somebody get
That's
a new
possible.
somebody get a new
Oh.
camera. Mess with their camera stuff.
I mean, I'm where I'm supposed to be, so
I
don't know what's
appreciate
going
you, Dusty.
I'm well behaved.
No.
The rest of us, not so much, not so well
yeah,
behaved
yeah.
today.
It's the body swap episode, y'all.
Yeah.
We'll
We're on our
just
page.
send each other our character sheets and we'll be fine.
Yeah, we just have to sort of like pretend to voice act as each other.
Well, Solon and Annabelle switch accents constantly, so it's
That's true.
not a big
That
deal.
is true.
Yeah.
So I believe we were
Already
rolling
halfway there.
initiative.
Yes.
We sure were.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Is the vampire in the daylight?
Depends. It's just right inside the door, right?
Yeah, Sheer, where's the...
I mean,
Where's
like,
the
I'd
light
probably
at?
be in as far as I went. Because, like, the darkness would be immediate when you walked in.
Right.
So, yeah, like, a few steps and it would be activated.
Didn't you throw
But
it?
you threw it. You threw it.
I threw it? Yeah, that'd probably be in the middle.
Yeah. We'll say
Little-
it's here.
We put alarm.
We'll actually put it here.
Okay.
So it's 60 feet, correct?
The spell daylight
Yes.
or this item?
The spell.
The spell daylight is 60 feet, yes.
Okay. Then basically the whole room. Well, maybe not the whole room. Remy is very upset about it.
Remy is like voting team vampire. I asked because
Shaped like a
is
friend.
initiative a ability check.
Give me 2 seconds.
No, that's fine.
That's a good question.
That's a wonderful question.
'Cause I know it uses the dexterity mod to.
I am gonna watch Reddit fight about it.
Yeah. Great
As
activity
you
right
do.
there.
Yeah,
As you do when you have a mechanics question.
Some people say initiative is neither an attack nor a saving throw.
But it's an
So
ability check.
no.
It's an
But it's
ability check.
Yeah. Initiative is a dexterity ability check. Yes.
Nice.
Blah blah blah. Okay. Well, you know what? That makes sense. If you're tired, you wouldn't be as quick on the draw.
It's true.
Okay, for our purposes, we're gonna say it's that.
This big box.
Thank you.
Box shaped like
That's a great
friends.
visual. Me too. That's the bestest friend right there.
That's a
There you
great
go.
friend.
Tasty, tasty.
Shaped like friend. Thankful for the box.
What's in the box?
That works out too.
Is it straw?
And in that
Wait, I gotta
case-
add this to the playlist. All right.
Is
So I guess that means we have to roll with disadvantage, right? So-
Why?
We don't. If you are a vampire.
Oh, I see. I see.
I
I had forgotten we did in fact sleep a little
Yeah,
bit.
we
We,
did,
took
yes.
a nap because we
We
weren't.
were not
total-
exhausted going into this.
We were not total fools. Yeah.
only mostly fools, which is slightly smart.
We're usually mostly fools.
Annabelle, Bjorn, and Sullen share a single brain cell, maybe.
Which is the mostly fools part, yeah.
I don't know which one of us has it right now, though.
I think Bjorn usually does, but...
Yeah. I think that Bjorn takes it, and then Annabelle and Sullen pass the empty ball that it usually is inside back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That feels right. That feels... Yeah.
Okay. So that is.
And I believe that's not a. I don't know the daylight spell itself. I was going off of specifically vampire mechanics. So
No,
yeah,
no,
yeah,
yep,
okay.
yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Vampire Hunter.
Yes, thank you.
Got one job.
You're doing it wonderfully.
Okay.
Vampire
25 to
Hunter
20.
Age.
24.
Yay!
Woo.
Oh my goodness.
19 to 15.
18.
15.
16.
What did Sheer get?
10.
Go Sheer. Just really excited about throwing that ball. The destruction that
Did a
can.
good job.
Yeah.
Get us all killed.
I mean, you kind of probably threw this ball and went, ugh!
Like, oh, dungeon eyes.
Oh shit, that hurt.
It's been years.
What do you see? What do you see with your dungeon eyes?
Nothing now.
Not a lot.
Blind as hell.
Okay. Annabelle, top of the round. What you doing?
Okay. Cool.
And this foe is like for sure ready to like kick our
Ready to
ass,
throw
right?
down?
This is not like a dialogue situation.
You threw a
Even if
ball
it
of
is, I'm not-
sunlight.
I mean, yeah,
So
but it's
like there'll be some like kind
Sure.
of reaction to it, and then like
Okay.
and then it kind of starts to go forward, and as it does, you see its fingernails lengthen,
Cool,
and like
cool.
there's subtly the teeth just kind of elongate a little
Yeah.
bit more, and
Lovely.
You've
Kind of
engaged
it.
the video game fight. You can't back out of
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yep. What do we have here in the middle?
some like barrels.
Cool.
Are they low? Can you like see over them?
Are they low to Annabelle?
They're about Annabelle height.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool. All right.
So
In
we'll say
that
that
case-
it kind of has not really half cover, but like if you were
Okay.
someone was standing behind it, it'd be partial cover.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, I'm gonna go ahead and go around. So that's gonna be one. That's with my movement, and then we'll use a bonus action dash to get over here. And I'm gonna try to stab a vampire with my magic sword. And hope that it works. Okay, that's gonna be a 25 to hit
That'll hit.
with the Hungering Blade. Okay. That. Yeah, that could be better. That's okay. That's gonna be 17 points of damage.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna use the rest of that dash to back the fuck up. Since I hit him. And that's it for me.
Nice. Bjorn.
All right. Let's see. I'm using my little ruler. I can't get all the way over there on just using my normal movement, but I am going to use a bonus action to rage real quick. Just, just getting a little zesty with it.
Roger.
And I think I'm just gonna get over here and like stand next to Annabelle, to be honest. And I will ready an attack if this foe comes within reach.
Okay. You good?
Yes.
Awesome. everybody's passive perception?
18.
19.
14.
12.
A solid 9.
Oh.
Okay.
I don't like that.
Nope.
I don't like that one bit.
And then let me double check something. Mhm. Annabelle.
You know. Yeah, you go.
Uh-huh. Oh, fuck. Oh, no.
Not real well.
Hmm. Fear. Just so much like,
Never
fear.
mind. Okay. So
Okay.
dropping down from the ceiling,
So,
Oh!
a kind of what looks like a smaller, more bestial form of the vampire, whereas the vampire seems to have retained some of its humanoid qualities. This is more feral monstrosity. It goes and tries to slash out at you twice with its claws, but even though it's got you by surprise, you're able to dodge out of the way.
Oh, cool.
And then Sullen.
All right. As my action, I would love to hit the thing that just hit Annabelle with my spiritual weapon. So I would summon it up on top of it. I always forget to pull this spell up so that I can read the thing, but it should be a spell attack. Wait, hold on. Can I cast that at first level? That's a great question. Ooh! Fun facts, guys.
Hmm?
Is it an action to use a Pearl of Power to get a spell slot back? It says, while this pearl is on your person, you can use an action to speak its command word and regain one spell slot.
okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an action.
Oh yeah, it is. I just didn't read it. Okay, I will do that. And then I'm gonna bonus action hex the vampire looking guy.
Okay.
And hold that focus on him. So that's every time I hit him with an attack, it's a 1d6 necrotic, and I would like him to have disadvantage on dexterity ability checks.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right. Halsey.
Halsey is going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Move up. Take 2 shots at the vampire, but then also call out. Keep them in the daylight as much as you can. It damages them, and that's how we destroy the form. And also makes them slightly harder to use some of his abilities.
Got it.
Heard.
Will a 14 hit?
It will not.
And so bonus action. Takes the next shot. 16?
Just hits.
Ooh, okay. So, oh man, no sneak attack. Okay. That's fine. Fine. That is 9 damage, and she's gonna hit her wailing or wails from the grave and target the little mini me
Mhm.
version of it for 3 points of necrotic. And it also goes to the vampire, but I'm guessing that does jack shit.
It's so it's not as effective
Okay.
on either of them.
Oh, okay. Mark that guy up. That's all these.
At the end of your turn,
Mhm.
the vampire disappears into the darkness.
Damn it.
Fantastic.
Dead.
Sheer, what would you like to do?
Ceiling in here?
What was that?
How high is the ceiling in here?
It's about 30 feet up.
And can we see it in the daylight?
You can.
All right. I am going to like hop up and climb the wall. Just totally normal stuff. And then from there, I am going to like cast a.
Also, just so that you're aware, because you have looked up at the ceiling, there's another one of those spawns hanging about.
I will then go ahead and hiss menacingly, use one of my sorcery points to twin spell, and then cast a witch bolt at first level on both of them.
Okay.
That'll be a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
All right. And do I just roll 1 damage and it goes to both?
Yeah.
Or should I roll 2 different? Okay, cool. For just 1 whole point of damage.
Could you roll a d20 for me? And tell me what you get.
A 14.
Okay. You launch out what looks like, from the rest of you, if you're watching this, you see sheer. What does your magic look like when you cast it?
I feel like it would be a like fairly standard bolt of the blue lightning, but maybe with like a twinge of like something a little bit like grayish black running through it.
Okay. What starts out as one witch bolt then splits into 2 and then hits boom boom both of the spawns. And now at the end of your turn, something happens. And then
Did you say something or nothing?
I said something happens.
Ah, fantastic. Music to our ears.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Love to hear that.
Actually. No, on the like at the end of your turn, climbing along the wall, you see the vampire headed towards you. And then moves up to you again on the wall or on the ceiling. And will try to attack you. With disadvantage, but that's still a 17. Plus...
What was that? Sheer?
Just the vampire like squinting, going.
Oh yeah, so that's a 26 hit?
Yes.
All right. Instead of doing damage, you are now grappled. And it will try to bite you. That is cocked. Okay. 13 to hit.
Will not hit.
Cool. So it's grabbed you and tries to bite you. And then yeah. He'll stay up on the ceiling with you. Okay. Top of the round, Annabelle.
Okay. I'm gonna turn around and stab at my new friend. This new buddy over here. Okay. Gotta be a 15 to hit.
That will hit. Just hits.
Oh, okay, cool. Cool. Hold on. No, yeah, okay. Okay, that will be... that's gonna be 13, I believe. Yes, 13 points of damage. And then I'm gonna go ahead and try and do an offhand attack with my dagger. The dagger being the weapon that I coated in the holy water
Nice.
earlier. But that one's gonna be a 24 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. 4 points of damage. And then I'm going to move through Bjorn's space and go over here. And that's it.
All right. Bjorn.
All right. I guess I'm gonna party with our new little friend over here. So I will move up, and I'm gonna use 2 great axe attacks. This little horror. 10 to hit, which seems unlikely. And a 13 to hit.
Both miss.
Rip.
Kind of a little squirrely.
Little squirrely bastard. Unfortunately, that is everything I can do.
At the end of your turn,
Oh no.
the vampire is going to try to bite Sheer again. Okay, that's 20 math. 3.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Oh no.
Okay, you take 10 points of piercing damage. And then eight points of necrotic damage. And your max HP is also reduced by that 8 points.
Cool. Excellent. Love it here.
Fun.
Fun times.
All right. Okay. This spawn will try to actually no, this one's going to take its action first. It's going to drop down, grab the little sphere that has been thrown, and like while it picks what?
Doesn't it break? I thought it shattered, so it couldn't move. At least that was the instructions for the first door, but
Okay.
the second one's different.
Then that's fine. That's me just misremembering. Then never mind. It's okay. Okay. Thwarted
If the
my
second
own
one's
encounter.
different,
It's fine.
No,
No,
that's-
it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. Okay. That's fine. Then in that case, it's gonna hop down over, drop from the ceiling, come after Annabelle.
Cool. Let's go.
And then the other one's gonna attack Bjorn.
Feels familiar.
sorry, Annabelle.
It's all right. We got this.
There's no water that we know of.
First attack on Annabelle is only 13 to hit.
That misses.
Second attack, natural 1, so it'll miss. Bjorn,
Hello.
14 on the first
No.
one. Too bad that canceled the nat 20, but it's still a 25 to hit because I did a 19 and a 20 on that
All
one.
right. Well, I'm not going to complain about it.
Yeah.
But it's only... Mm. 11 points of slashing.
All right.
And Solon.
Hi. Are Sheer and Mr. Vampire directly over Solon's head? Like, right above?
No, because Solon is right there, and they are right there. So it's
Oh,
up
okay.
into an
Okay.
angle.
Okay. Can I? There's a couple things. Can I free action or take part of my turn to like anxiously like look around the room and see if there's anything in here other than like barrels that seem to be filled with a nothing or a mystery liquid that might be able to help us in this situation?
Make me a perception check, and yes, it's a free action.
It's a free action. Okay. That's a natural 1. Okay. Well, I tried, guys.
There's a lot of chaos and barrels in this room.
There's a lot going on. Okay. And then the things that Annabelle and Bjorn are fighting, do they seem to be looking pretty good? Are they meaty boys? Are they very healthy? Do they appear to have a lot of hit points?
So the one against Bjorn that's taken a number of like hits, they is looking starting to look a little rough. They all look like being in the sunlight is not a fun
Messing
time
with
for them and is hurting
Okay.
them.
Okay. Cool. With that being said, may I use my bonus action to change my hex on the vampire? Or would it stay the same ability check? Could I change the check to charisma?
Here's the thing. When I'll go ahead and make me an Arcana check.
You don't have to give it to me.
Make me an Arcana check.
Okay. Because I assumed that once it was applied, it would be applied. Sorry, dirty 20.
Okay.
I can't do math.
So while yes, once it is applied, it is applied. It's moot because the vampire is in sunlight and it already
Right.
has disadvantage on all of its ability checks and attack rolls.
Okay. I didn't know that. But okay. I will keep my bonus action. Yeah, I guess in which case I'm gonna Eldritch Blast the heck out of the one that I can see, the one closest to me, this guy.
Okay.
Action. So that's 2 bolts. One is a 18 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, one is a 9 to hit, which I assume doesn't work.
That one misses.
Okay, and it's gonna be 7 points of force damage.
All right.
And then yeah, that's all I can do. That's it. It's my entire turn.
At the end of your turn, Mr. Vampire and a grappled. I'll just do it this way. Sheer are gonna move back 15. Half movement. Okay. Halsey.
They're still on the ceiling?
Yep.
Okay. Halsey will take both her shots at Mr. Vampire Dude.
Do you have anything that ignores cover?
I have sharpshooter.
Okay.
So that is, as long as it's not full cover.
I'm just gonna say don't critically fail it.
Good advice, generally.
Cool.
Because like visually what's happening is he's biting Sheer and then pulling her back. So from the angle, he's obscured by Sheer. So he does have partial cover here.
She will come up. So she's at an angle on the staircase.
Okay.
Is that a staircase?
That is indeed a staircase. I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh boy.
No. Come on, Dexter's Rogue.
See if I got anything for this. I don't think I do. Okay, 14.
14. The as you step up the kind of creaky stairs, the board falls through on one of them and snaps, but you're able to maintain your footing.
Awesome. So what would that be better for her aim, or is she still potentially going to murder Sheer?
Don't critically fail it.
All right. Yep, she's gonna take it for sharpshooter. Which is a -5, so 17.
That'll hit.
And since I have an ally within 5 feet and she's not incapacitated, that's still a sneak attack. I think she has to be unconscious, right? For incapacitated
Let me just double check.
or knocked prone.
Okay. Yeah, that still counts.
For 14 points of damage.
Okay.
She'll hit her Whales of the Grave. Her last one. Oh, for 8 necrotic.
It's not as quite as effective.
Yeah, I know. And bonus action. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to add my sharpshooter damage. So that's another 10. I just took the negative without adding the bonus. All right, and then just a regular shot. Oh. For a 23
That'll hit.
for 7 points of damage. And yep, that's our turn.
All right. Sheer, you are grappled and being bit.
Right, so first I'm gonna make, a little concentration check for the spell that I have up. $15?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. All right, so I'm just up there like flailing, and this dude. I don't know. How things
What
work.
level is the spell?
It was just first level.
Okay, yeah. Then it's 11, so it's whatever the level of the spell is, plus 10. I believe.
Noted. All right, so that'll go, and that'll cause those dudes 3 points of damage. And then I am going to Misty Step out of this gentleman's grasp
Nice.
to just right over onto the top of these barrels right here. That'll be my turn.
Nice.
Are you ever in the middle of lunch and your sandwich just like disappears?
Just appears like a couple yards away.
Just goes. It's on the other side of the like lunchroom.
The
Yeah.
fuck?
Sometimes I'm thinking it's just gone because I ate it. So like relatable.
All right. Let's getting kind of frustrated being hit and like seeing all this going on. Halsey, make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh,
Oh no.
you've been good so far. 16.
You look into the vampire's eyes and you become a little hypnotized.
Oh, joy.
Halsey, is it?
That's not
This
the
is my
right
wise
voice.
character too, guys.
Halsey, is it? You seem like a good protector. You should protect me at all costs.
And you are not charmed. And the vampire moves back into the darkness. Top of the round, Annabelle.
Cool. Gonna keep working on this, the beastie right in front of me. That'll be a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
Cool. And then I'm gonna use different dice this time. Okay. Alright, I'll take that. Okay. That's gonna be 26 points of damage.
Woo!
And then offhand with my with the dagger. Nope. Well, probably not. 12 to hit.
That does not hit.
Yeah, cool. I'm gonna back up and hide behind Bjorn. That's it.
At the end of your turn,
Uh-huh.
the vampire's gonna come back out and just, kind of hang out by Sheer. And then Bjorn, it's your go.
Just thinking about that sandwich,
Yeah.
You gotta chase it across the lunchroom. It's fine. All right. Same old. I'm gonna use my weapon attack on this one in front of me. The one in front of me hasn't taken a huge amount of damage, right?
The one in front of you has taken. I think it's the one that's taken the most.
Okay. Well, let's start with the first attack and see where we end up. That's gonna be a 27 to hit,
That'll
which I'm
hit.
going to go ahead and guess. That is going to. Oh man, I rolled minimum damage. That's gonna be 8 damage. And if it's still up, I will use my second attack,
It is still up.
which is going to be a dirty 20 to
That'll
hit. That is going to be 11 damage.
It's looking rough, but it's still kicking. Or still
Well-
flashing.
That is such a shame because that is all I can do this round.
And at the end of your turn, the vampire is going to swipe out at Sheer with his claws. And completely miss with that nat 1. And then it's
Just a slippery sandwich.
just- the one spawn is going to strike out at Bjorn.
We're just having a little
And
boxing match in the corner. It's fine.
16 to hit.
No.
And this one's going to charge up to Annabelle.
Okay.
And 18 to hit.
That hits. Like to uncanny dodge this one, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Also Bjorn, because it gets to make 2 attacks. That will
Right.
The second one will miss. Annabelle.
Cool.
Both of them are nat 19s. So
Cool. I'll just uncanny dodge the first one.
okay. That's 6 points of slashing on the first one.
Okay. Reduced to 3, yes?
Yes.
Or was that after?
No, yeah, reduced to 3.
Okay, cool.
And then
cool.
that's 9 points of slashing on the second.
Okay.
And then Sullen, it's your go.
Hi. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on the ceiling. What's Shia's status right now? Is she grappled?
No, she just has a vampire looming.
Okay.
By her.
I'm going to Eldritch Blast the one in front of me again, if I can.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing, big giant dark feather thing. Kind of right at the back of its head.
Ooh, I got 2 14s plus 6.
That'll hit.
Which I'm hoping hits both. That's gonna be 17 points of force damage. And then I don't have much that I can do with a bonus. No, that's all I can do. Halsey, are you okay?
Never been better.
All right. That's my
So-
turn.
Thoom, thoom, Eldritch Blast. And it, upon impact with the second one, the thing kind of erupts into just ash. Bjorn gets
Cool
a mouthful
guy.
of it.
Great. Tasty.
Yeah.
I'm kind of, doing the brushing it off. Yeah.
Okay.
Halsey,
Uh-huh.
you see these people. You were No. Why are they trying to attack your master? You should defend your master.
I want to protect my master.
Mhm.
And the thing that's done the most damage to him in this room has been myself and the daylight in the room. So Halsey's going to jump down off the stairs and land there and sprint across to him and try and push him back into the darkness.
Mm,
You can, if it doesn't sound,
You would know that would not be his will to be pushed back into the darkness while he is trying to.
even though he is taking damage every time. Because she knows. I will accept your call on this.
He would not want to be pushed back at this point in time. That would ruin his plans.
Cool. Screw it. I'll still stay there. Sorry, Annabelle.
All right. All right. Let's do it.
Does a 23 hit?
It sure does.
And is Short and Ugly an ally?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
That is 12 points of piercing.
Ow.
Second shot goes to... Sorry, Sullen. Will a 25 hit?
Are you sorry? Are you really sorry?
Would you like an honest answer to that question?
Later. How much damage are I taking?
10 piercing.
All right.
Did you roll sneak attack for Annabelle?
I did.
Okay. Just seemed low.
I got 2 1s, a 2, and a 4.
I mean, that's fine with me. That's cool. That's good. That's chill.
It's
That's great.
Fine. It's fine.
This is fine. This is fine.
Everything is fine. Instead of fire, it's bats.
Yeah.
And Halsey, at the end of your turn, Mr. Vampire Man is going to try and attack Sheer again. And that is a 14 to hit.
Misses.
Neat. Never should have given y'all sunlight. And
The curse of a DM, regretting your own gifts.
yeah. Okay, so Sheer, it's your go.
Seeing that Halsey is started firing on people from our own group and is right down there, and an alive thing, I am going to jump down directly on top of her and try and bite her. That's the thing I'm gonna do.
what now?
The party goes,
You're gonna what?
A wee little bite. And can I? No. Can I roll that at advantage with a? No, never mind. I lied. Yeah, should have said that. That'll be a 14 to hit.
15.
Bitch. And now I am just on your back like a small child. Like, teeth in some leather.
I'm like a
Kissing.
spider monkey.
Yes.
So right now, Solon, Annabelle, and Bjorn have just watched the questionable saloon party member to attempt to murder them, and they knew friendly, like, not suspicious at all character attempts to bite. This is a great way for friendship making, guys. Great way.
I feel like we trusted Halsey a lot more than we trusted the random girl we found in the basement.
Yeah.
Don't you ever
that's
have the
good.
urge to bite?
I feel like we're like, hey, yo, Halsey, what the fuck?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, we've also all seen this kind of stuff happen in fights before, so...
Yeah.
She was a vampire hunter. I never said she was a good vampire hunter.
She's doing her
What you
best.
guys took away from that?
We don't know that.
No, she behaved competently. We believed it. I did.
Halsey just drank smoothies all day. It was very endearing.
Sure, you good?
Right, yeah, that is my turn.
Neat. The vampire disappears into the darkness. And also Bjorn, make me a wisdom saving throw.
Sure thing.
Oh.
Wisdom saving, 16.
16.
Shit.
You work for me now.
Right. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Annabelle, it is your go. Top of the round.
Cool. Got a crossbow bolt in me from a new friend. Bjorn's behind me, so that's great. He's there watching my back. Perfect. I don't know where big vampire guy went, so we'll go for the little beastie. Ha! Okay, that's gonna be a 22 to hit.
That hits?
Okay. It's gonna be 12 points of damage. And then I'll go for the offhand. Bonus action, if it's still up.
It is.
Yeah. 18 to hit?
Oops. That does hit.
Okay. And then that will be 4 points of damage.
It's looking real rough.
Okay, alright. I'm going to... I'm gonna go over here to get away from that thing. And also, I'm gonna go this way, past the barrels and around. And I'm gonna kind of duck around to the side to try to get a little cover from Halsey and just shout and be like, Halsey, what the fuck? And that's my turn.
Bjorn, it's your go.
Yeah. I'm going to assume the will of the vampire here is get your party members.
Yes.
Annabelle was just here, so I think that I will chase her around these barrels. Yeah, I can come over here. All right.
Bjorn, not you too, not again.
Actually, a really important question. The clown spell wore off, right?
Yeah.
Oh god.
That's the real question here.
That's a very critical visual
Two
here.
important questions.
Okay, my first attack is a 24.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, actually,
My turn has gone around again. So I do have my uncanny dodge again. But
All miracles.
I'm assuming that my rage is still active, even though I'm charmed, right?
Yes.
That's unfortunate.
oh,
Okay, that's gonna be 10 slashing damage for my first attack.
okay, I'll take that. Okay.
And I will do a second attack, which god damn it. 25 to hit.
Yeah, that hit.
And I'm so sorry.
I gotta uncanny dodge this one.
Good, because it's 13 damage. And that's all I
Yay!
can do. That's all I can do.
Cool. I am barely standing.
What does how you looking? I would love a visual here for my
I'm
my player.
less than 10%.
She's looking real rough. Really
All
rough.
right. Okay.
Real rough. Like
and
one
about-
more hit and I'm out. Yeah.
Okay.
Single digits.
All right.
You can, unless you've got a reaction, you can
Uh-huh.
wait until your turn. As this little dude is gonna come climb up whatever he needs to climb on to get at Sheer and try to attack. Which I think will miss because that's an 11. Because disadvantage. Now.
Bless.
Sullen. Now.
Okay. So, question. Like mechanic question.
Mhm.
If Bjorn is raging, can he be charmed? And if you try and charm someone on a
What
charm,
level that happens at?
what do? If I tried to apply a fear or a charm, because it's a whiz save,
Mm-hmm.
would it be against the other charms whiz? Because I think that's how it
Berserker
works.
barbarians.
Only Berserker barbarians.
I get mindless rage. I just looked it up.
So my second question still applies.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not trying to contest the thing. I'm just trying to see what's my best chance here.
Okay, so you can't suffer the effects of the same spell like that. So it would be
It depends on what the vampire did, I guess.
yeah.
And someone wouldn't know.
Well, technically it would be the more powerful, but this is the vampire did not actually cast a spell. That is an ability.
Okay.
Would it just be like a contested?
I think the higher level one prevails. So what is your DC?
14.
Okay, so the vampires would stay.
Okay. If it were a spell, it would still be the DC.
It would technically be the level of the spell. So if you cast it at a higher level, the higher level one would take
Okay.
hold. But because this one, I'm just kind of making it up.
That's fine. Bjorn's currently wailing on Annabelle.
Mm-hmm.
Sullen's gonna run over to her. Grab the back of her shirt.
Ah!
And bonus action Misty Step across the map.
Okay.
So like I guess all the way over here. We're playing ring around the barrels.
All right, cool.
As far as possible. And on my way out, I think it is probably best to Eldritch Blast this thing. Is that possible?
Eldritch Blast is a cantrip. Are you allowed
Cantrip. Misty Step, bonus
to
action.
bonus action?
So it's my movement.
Yeah.
Would grabbing Annabelle be an action?
Nah.
Okay. It's up to you.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Cool. I'm gonna try and hit that thing twice. Not very good this time. One is a 10?
That'll miss.
Did it hit? Okay, the other one is also not going to hit. Okay. Are you alright?
Nope, but I'll be fine.
Are you sure?
Yep,
Get a health potion out.
I'm working on it.
Okay, that's my turn.
Okay. Halsey. You have a shear on your back.
Am I still charmed?
You are indeed still charmed.
Awesome. And she does not know, or she knows that Bjorn is now.
You would be
Or
aware that Bjorn is on your
Okay.
side.
She is going to steady aim, pull out her bigger crossbow, and take a shot at Sheer. Oh, well, maybe. Does a 13 hit?
No.
Oh. Yep, that's it. She's gonna stay there. That's her turn.
All right. Sheer.
I'm going to, I guess, kind of like fall off of Halsey and then try and, with a two-handed grip, bonk her with my staff. And can I do this roll at advantage using Tides of Chaos?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Are you like holding on with your thighs? Like,
I just like slowed down. I was like,
yeah.
Senior abuse.
Right. I wish I had a Shiba Inu emote.
Did you say senior abuse?
Yeah.
Isn't Halsey like in her 40s? Come on.
40s, early 50s.
I was vibing with all these youths.
The youths.
Technically, these two might be close in age, but
I'm the oldest, first off. 17 to hit.
That's true.
Hey, that hit.
Yay! So that'll be what I say, 1d8 going to 10d8 up. Yes.
6 points of damage.
It's gonna uncanny dodge that. I don't know how with you straddling her back, but
It's like jostle me. All right, and
Yeah.
then as a bonus action, I'm just gonna try and bonk you again.
if for any particular reason you're just looking to wail on someone.
I don't have a great bonus action economy, so
out of my life.
that's only a 14 to hit though.
No, that just misses.
Okay, so I've been jostled and I just go wide with my little staff.
Nice.
All
right.
Halsey now has a headache.
From the darkness, you start hearing some like, is that fluttering? As I think they can only go 30 feet, correct? Double check. Yeah. As a bunch of bats come flying out from the darkness. That one would tear off and try to attack Sheer. Uh, 19 to hit.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean it hits.
Okay. As you were surrounded by a bunch of bats, you take 7 points of piercing damage. And yeah, Annabelle, top the round.
I'm gonna take a healing potion. That's a bonus action, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that'll do. Well, it's something. Something is better than nothing. I'll take it. Okay. That's gonna be healing for 8 points of healing with that potion. Yeah. Okay, and then with my action, I will. This may go badly. It's fine. I'm going to take my last explosive arrow and I'm going to fire it at the middle swarm.
Okay.
Here. Hoping that it'll explode and maybe get one of the adjacent ones.
Sullen will duck.
I'm going to back up a little bit first before I do this, and then I'm going to fire it.
All right.
Sullen still ducks.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's gonna be a 23 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. I will. Wait. Hold on. Let me find. Wait. Do I have it written down? I should have it written down. I don't have it written down. How much explosive damage this arrow is gonna do, but
it's probably gonna be enough. I don't know.
I don't think we made a special item for it. I don't think we did. I feel like maybe we did like I don't remember. Shit. Because I had a couple of them that I've used them before.
So it's whatever your damage roll is, and then we'll just say add in.
There was a crossbow bolt, I believe.
Add in an extra D8.
Okay.
Of explosive damage.
Okay, I can do that. And yeah, no sneak attack. That's okay. That's gonna be 4. No, 8 points of just the piercing damage from the crossbow, and then an additional 8 from the explosion.
Nice.
So total of 16. And then that's it. Actually, I'm gonna move back a little bit more. And now that's it. Got that
All right.
explosive arrow.
So
That's gone now.
those bats just exploded, and we'll say that the other, how much? It was 8, so we'll say
Yeah,
that the other
yeah.
2 took 4.
Okay. Cool. Awesome.
All right. Bjorn.
Am I rolling anything about this effect?
Unfortunately, no. Not this one.
All right. Well, there's not really a lot I can do. Halsey is an ally. Seer's covered in bats. I was like, where's Seer? Oh.
Covered in bees.
Covered in bees. I am gonna come over here. I'm going to use my first attack on Annabelle.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. Let's do
18?
it. That hits. Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, maybe.
Close. But yeah.
All right. That's gonna be 12 slashing.
Uncanny dodge.
I will use my second attack on Sullen. Because he's standing
exactly 12 hit points.
Oofa doofa. Sullen actually might be really lucky. I only rolled a 9 to hit.
That does not hit.
Alright. Slippery bastard. Fortunately, that is all I can do.
Okay.
All right. At the start of its turn, it has unfortunately been out in the sun for too long and explodes into ash. A little
Oop.
vampire spawn. And then we will have a swarm o' bats and a swarm o' bats.
Oh! Damn it.
You can only visualize the count making the like, wah, ha, ha.
We have one swarm of bats. That's two swarms of bats.
These swarms of bats.
I remember my childhood home in the Carpathian Mountains. That will miss Annabelle. And Sullen dirty 20.
That hits.
Oop.
For 6 points of piercing damage.
Sure.
Just gonna swoop right by you.
That's all right. I'm just gonna swoop right by you there.
Uh-huh.
Oh, and the swarm on sheer that's 18 to hit.
Okay, yeah.
For 7 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And then... Sullen, it's your go.
All right. How's the visibility, DM? Can I see people?
Yeah, you can see people. There's just a bunch of bats just flying all around you.
All right, I am going to reach out through this cloud and extend my arm and make a very obvious show of grabbing Annabelle's arm, and I'm going to cast a Cure Wounds at first level.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's gonna be 7 points of health for you.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. And then I cannot do much to get this thing off of me. However, I'm going to release. I'll release Annabelle real fast, and that's it. That's all I can
Okay.
do. Yep.
All right.
That is all. I don't have my Misty Step anymore. It's fine.
Is your spiritual weapon still up?
I never pulled it up.
Oh, you're right.
I couldn't. Yeah, I have a.
Right.
Spell
I
slot.
got confused by the little icon.
No.
Okay. Halsey, it's your go.
Halsey is going to steady aim, which gives her advantage. Take a sharpshooter and aim for sheer again. So. Oh, that rolled like crap. So that's 16 minus 5. Will an 11 hit?
No, it will not.
She gonna step away from the bats.
Do I get an attack of opportunity?
Sure.
Yeah. Depends on where
I
you're
will
moving to. Where did you?
I was
Okay, then yes. Yep.
here.
Sorry, I was looking at a different screen. Yeah, you would get an attack of opportunity.
Bonk. Well, that'll miss with a 11.
Oh, that misses.
Halsey starts to take a step back, sees the swing coming in, and ducks underneath it. Or maybe jumps over it. I feel like jumps over it would be better, given the size. All right. Sheer, it's your go. We're covered in bats.
I am covered in bats.
The fashion statement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very aesthetic. Okay, what I'm gonna do is do another twinned witch bolt and try. Can I hit this one above me, or is that like disadvantage-y?
I don't think it actually is disadvantage.
All right, I will do swarm that's in my face and the one that is along the wall over.
All right.
21 to hit. Yeah. For 10 points of damage to both of them.
All right. They're looking a little rough.
Neat. That'll be my turn then.
Neat. The vampire will come out, step towards Halsey, and because you are willing, will make a bite attack against you. $25 to hit.
Yep.
And 7 points of piercing damage. And then 11 points of necrotic damage. And your HP max is reduced by that 11.
I have resistance to necrotic, so would that round down to 5?
Yes.
And is
Yes.
that same with the max hit? Or is the max still 11?
It's because it's necrotic damage taken.
Okay.
And Annabelle, it's your go. You are surrounded by bats.
I sure am.
So many
I'm
bats.
gonna. Damn it! I'm gonna swing at the bats that are surrounding me. I guess. Swing wildly at all of these bats. They're gonna keep biting me if I don't do something about them. Okay. That's gonna be a 15 to hit the bats.
That hits.
Cool. And then 9 points of damage.
And you are able to slash out and clear away any of the remaining bats.
Okay. I'm gonna try and hit Bjorn with my offhand attack. Just be like, snap out of it! Try to hit him with my dagger. Yeah. And that's gonna be a 26 to hit.
That'll do it.
Okay. And a whopping 4 points of damage.
All right.
And you're raging, so I assume that becomes a 2. That's it.
Neat. Point of order, Halsey, I need you to repeat the wisdom saving throw.
$17.
As the vampire sinks its teeth into you, and you feel that pulse of necrotic energy go through you, and you shake it off with your resistance, your mind comes to, and you know what has happened to you and why it had happened. And you're probably pretty mad about it.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. And you're also aware that the same thing has happened to Bjorn. Speaking of Bjorn, it's your go.
All right. All right. I'm gonna use my first attack on Sullen.
Hit me.
Yeah, that's gonna be a 22 to hit.
Sure does.
You know, these are the times when you don't want to roll high, when your dice are like, oh, I got you.
Oh no.
Damage. Okay, though. This is only going to be 9 damage slashing.
Okay.
And I will use my second attack on Annabelle. Oh, natural 1.
Okay.
That's all I can do. So.
All right. The 2 remaining swarms are going to try to bite out. And they're both gonna miss with their little bat teefies.
Oh no.
Oh no.
They're bad at being bats, huh?
Oh no.
Sullen.
All right, how are the bats on top of me looking?
Like they took a little bit of damage from an explosion thing.
Okay, I understand that this might look a little weird, but I think that my only choice is to try and Eldritch Blast them at least once and see how they look.
Yeah.
All right. 17. No, I lied. 16 to hit.
Still hits.
Wonderful. If they take... Oh, sorry. If they take 6 points of damage, how do they look? Is it still bad?
I mean, they look like they could eat some more damage.
All right, I am going to try and throw a bunch of feathers at them again. It's very hard to do this. It's only a 10, no, an 11 to hit this time.
I don't think that does it, but let me double check.
That's all right.
Just misses.
Just misses. Okay. I'm going to snarl at Bjorn, and throw my eyes up black. But that's all I can do. That's my entire turn.
I feel like he doesn't really react to that. He's like, okay.
It's okay. I can't do anything. My bonus action utility at this time. Very bad.
At the end of your turn, the vampire moves away into the darkness. Halsey, you would get an opportunity attack on this because you are no longer an ally.
Hell, I'll take it.
Do it.
Do it.
I was thinking of saving it for Uncanny Dodge because it's gonna eat the reaction. But hopefully my turn comes up soon. I don't even know where I'm at in the order anymore. Will a...
Who knows?
You're
Oh,
up
man, I got it.
next. Yeah.
Oh, shoot. I can't use my crossbow. I gotta use the dagger. Will a 17 hit?
I believe it does.
Where the hell are my D4s? Hey, that is max damage for a 7.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
On the bright side, vampire's looking a little rough.
Just give him a little poke on the way out, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, shank.
Halsey, it's your go.
All right, so she knows that the only way to break Bjorn's charm, or whatever it is by taking damage from the vampire, correct?
Or killing the vampire.
Or killing the vampire. Awesome. She's going to
Or
shout.
get him away for 24 hours, and then it'll go away.
Well, that seems like a viable option.
Perfect timetable.
Go lock ourselves in the orb room, you know?
Yeah.
Because locking yourselves in there with Bjorn is going to go great.
Oh yeah.
Just running around the barrels for 24 hours. It's fine.
Oh god.
We're
Can
covered in
she-
broken glass.
It's fine.
Can she shoot the bats without hitting the people on the inside?
Yes.
She will take the one covering Solon. Because that's the roughest looking one.
No, they're equal.
They're equal. Are they looking really rough, or are they just looking like they could eat some more?
They look like they could eat some more.
She's gonna sharpshooter it. Will a 15 hit?
That'll hit.
So adding 10 right away before I forget. That rolled for shit. That's another 12.
That'll do it.
Awesome. I'm trying to remember if there was another dice in there, but I think I got them all. Turn around and also sharpshooter the one that's on Sheer.
Can you sharpshooter twice?
Oh, I don't know. I never actually used the second part of crossbow and shot more than once, so 1 second. Let me read my shit. Before you make an attack with a ranged weapon you are proficient with, you can choose to take a penalty to the attack roll to add to the attack's damage.
Okay.
Does not say if there's a number to it.
Nope, go for it.
Did I just roll? Is this the roll?
I don't
I'm
know.
going again. Don't remember.
I'm not there. I don't know.
It's better, so
I'm-
I'll take it.
I'm here.
Why would you be there? Trying to murder us. 19?
Yeah, that'll hit.
That's 8.
All right.
Magical piercingness. Yes.
And that one goes away as well.
She is going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, she's going to put herself there, which not on the wall. Okay.
Okay. Sheer, what are you doing?
Now that I'm not covered in bats, I will just like glance around for this vampire who's the only other enemy, right?
Yep.
Now that's
And
something you
he's-
could knock out Bjorn with.
Well,
No.
Bjorn is also attacking people.
But he's like far away from me.
Yeah. You just have to
Also,
move
it's-
so much effort.
But it's also like, do you want to hurt him? Not really. All right, so what I'm going to do then is just kind of like take one step forward and kind of jump off the barrels on the right computer, maybe, and then just hold a firebolt until I see this vampire to hit him in the face.
All right.
Fuck. And that'll be my turn.
Sheer, make me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's gonna go great. It's gonna be perfect.
Six.
Okay. Bjorn is your only ally right now, aside from the vampire.
Yep.
Annabelle, it's your go.
Oh, the vampire is gone. Yes.
You cannot
Nowhere to
see
be
it.
seen.
Yeah.
Cool. Ah.
In fact, like outside of the effect of the daylight, you kind of
Mhm.
just see a wall of darkness.
Okay. Then I am going to go around this way, and then I'm going to use a bonus action to disengage and kind of get on top of the barrel so I've got a decent vantage point of like the whole room. And then I'm going to hold an attack with my crossbow for in case I see the vampire, if the vampire shows his face again.
All right. Bjorn, it's your go.
Right. Sullen is right in front of me. I'm sorry, Sullen. 26 to hit. I'm telling you, my dice are like, I got you. Oh, that's quite high. 16 slashing.
I'm unconscious.
Fuck!
Well, since Sullen is no longer a target, which is maybe good, Bjorn will climb up on top of these fun barrels.
I thought you were moving there for flanking, dude. I thought you were moving there for flanking to wail on this dude. And you're like, no, I just could hold an action.
I wanted to go for the vampire!
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go, Bjorn.
You might be. You might be okay because I have only rolled an 11 to hit.
That misses.
Let me check something real quick. Unfortunately.
Oh no.
If you reduce a creature to 0 HP, you can use your bonus attack to make an extra melee action. So technically,
Alright.
all right.
Do it.
19 to hit.
That one hits.
13 damage.
Then I'll uncanny dodge that. Thank you. Okay. Another case of you hitting me with the exact amount of damage that I have left.
Ooh. Love that
Uncanny
rogue
dodge.
stuff then.
Okay. Cool.
That's it for me.
At the end of your turn, the vampire will come out and over to Sheer.
Gonna shoot it?
Yep.
Okay, that'll be a dirty 20.
That'll hit.
Awesome. Okay. And sneak attack of Sheer. Oh, wait, no! Sheer's charmed.
Yeah.
Fuck! Damn it! Okay. Scratch the sneak attack. But that'll be 12 points of damage with my crossbow.
All right.
Did not do anything to my crossbow bolts. Should have done something to my crossbow bolts. But oh well.
Oh, wait.
Bjorn's got the holy
Those are not
water.
magical, right?
Nope, they're not.
So it's not quite as effective as...
Yeah. Didn't think it would be. That's okay. All right. Cool.
And okay, so that was
That was my held
Bjorn.
action.
Yeah, that was that was your held action. So Sullen, it's your go.
Unconscious.
That's okay. So
Do I roll a death save?
make a death save.
I failed.
Okay.
Neat.
Go on.
God damn it.
All right.
Yeah, hide.
God damn it.
At the end of your turn,
Yes.
vampire is going to try to bite Sheer. Which thank goodness for disadvantage because that was a natural 20 on that one. But 16 to hit still. No, 19. Sorry.
I'm a willing creature, though, right?
Yes, you are a willing creature, but I still have to make the attack.
So I couldn't use shield, is what I'm.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. That is factually correct. So you will take 10 points of piercing damage.
I'm just going to crumple to the ground.
You too? Oh no.
5 hit points for a while.
Fuck.
And then that was the end of Sullen's. Halsey, it's your go.
She will take her first shot at the vampire dude with sharpshooter.
All right.
$18.
That'll hit.
And no allies. So neat. Red button. Go back. So that's 8 plus the 10, so that's 18. And she will take a second shot. Natural 20.
I'll see vampire hunter.
I meant to call
Vampire
sharpshooter,
Hunter
too, so I'm, like,
H
thinking
over
that-
here.
It's with the, so that's 6, 10, and a 1, so that's 11.
All right.
I meant to call sharpshooter because she's like trying to go full ham on this guy.
I
but
believe
that's
you.
fine.
No, it's fine. Like, I believe you. You've been consistently calling it. Go ahead and...
All right, so that's just another 10 then.
Yeah, because how do you want to do
Okay.
this?
Oh my god.
Yes. Thank you.
She is like looking at Bjorn, contemplating if she can steal the holy water from his pocket, and shooting at the vampire as she is just like not even looking because she's contemplating like if I can just tackle him, pickpocket, where the hell did he put it? So.
All right. Halsey, not looking, lines up the, like, thinking about Bjorn, pulls in the crossbow, pop. We'll even say, like, it was a pop, not paying attention, still loads the bolt, clips it back, pop again, without ever looking at it.
I know, I'm very inspirational.
Like so strong.
It's the hair.
This dumb blonde has a vial of holy water in his pocket.
And you all find
Is that holy
yourself-
water in your pocket, etc., etc.? Yes,
Yeah.
And you all find yourself in a room a little worse for wear. And that's where we're going to take our break. Thank you for the raid earlier. Kid So what we do at this time is we usually take a little few minutes for us to like take a break, stretch, bio, whatever, take care of animals if we need to. But in the meantime, we give away a $10 off gift code to tabletoploot.com. So if you would like a chance to enter the drawing for a $10 off gift code to tabletoploot.com, which you could use in conjunction with the code GetPunchRP to get 15% off. Then at this time, type into the chat all lowercase, all one word, not a TPK.
So close.
Not a TPK.
Very close.
It was at the moment that I remembered that vampires had a charm ability where things went south.
So you're typical.
And that also I was like, I need to make sure that I stop starting the turn in the sunlight. Move back to the darkness. Yeah. All right. So we're going to take a quick 30 minute. We're going to take a really quick break and we'll be right back. So we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Hello again.
Hello. Fancy meeting you here.
Fancy that.
All right. So, if you would like a chance to win $10 off discount code to tabletoploot.com, enter not a TPK, all lowercase, all one word, because that's what we had, not a TPK.
Good, it's good.
Little dicey here and there, but not a
little
TPK.
Dicey?
Boo.
I'm doing well today, folks. This stream's gonna end and they're all gonna like come to my house and, you know.
Bonk, bonk,
Your roommate's just gonna get a bunch of text messages and start throwing.
Oh,
things at
good
you.
news. She is not here, so there is nobody to fuck me.
Spoiled.
Damn it.
All right, I'm going
My
to...
Purple red.
I'm gonna do the thing real quick, so if you'd like, just like one more second, you can have it, but otherwise I'm gonna roll it, and yo, let's see what happens. I hit the button, but I don't see anything. Just kidding. Do it again. Still nothing. Is that happening?
Thank you, chat.
Nothing happening. Do you want me to go through and
No,
log
I
and
got
roll?
it. I got it.
Oh.
Kid
Hey!
It helps
It
if
is.
I actually hit the roll it button and not the like continue to just click on that I want it to be a keyword.
Gotcha.
Kid Tiz, thank you for writing in the chat so I don't have to do the whole like scrolly thing. I'm gonna whisper you a code real quick. Whispers. I'm gonna copy. I'm gonna paste.
All that good dice.
That is not the right keyboard.
Oh, yeah. I keep meaning to check out their new offerings, but like I really shouldn't be buying dice right now, so it's probably better if I don't.
The codes are dangerous because you go, yeah, but this set of dice is free, but these are cool. And then
I certainly did that. I'm like, well, I'm getting one free set. Like, I might as well, you know.
justify the shipping. It's all free. Why not? They're a fun code. Yeah. I need Bell dice.
Oh no, I
You
don't have more dice.
need.
Actually, no, I lied.
Need.
I have my nice wooden dice, which are just such a cowboy flavor. I love them so much.
I
You
might
make
need
me
to-
want a set of wooden dice, damn it.
Yeah.
I mean, bone dice would be very aesthetic.
Yes.
There is tabletop does have a very nice bone style of dice. That's very nice.
I've seen them there, and I see
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
tempted every time, but I'm like,
the font. The font is important.
It is.
Yeah.
Paint color.
Mhm.
Sharp edges.
Mm.
Now we're all just like, nice.
Nice.
What was that? We're playing Cowboys on Thursday, and people should join in and whatnot.
Yeah,
and
they
all that.
should.
Yeah. All
We're
right.
starting a new campaign,
I mean-
folks.
how many hats are gonna be on stream?
That's a good question.
I feel like my character is not a hat kind of lady.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Not even like a different style, like not a cowboy hat, but like a flat brim or anything.
It's a beanie.
We'll talk about
Yeah.
it. We'll talk.
Like a Jude Law, like Watson bowler.
No.
A tiny fascinator top hat, like because it's 2005.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You know not what you say. You know not what you do.
All right. So we find you all, I believe some of you a little more awake and alive than others.
Yeah, I mean Bjorn definitely sort of makes eye contact with Annabelle, and they do the like.
I
"Ooh."
am making a beeline for Solon to.
Yeah,
give him a
I mean-
potion. Yeah.
I think Bjorn would like. I mean, he remembers, I assume, everything he did, so he would also be like, "Oh fuck," you know, and like also head that direction.
Halsey's going to shear to see if she can at least stabilize her and call out to the others and see, like, do you guys got another health potion?
Yeah.
Or at
yeah. Just a sec.
Just yeah. Bjorn can pull one out and lob it over at Halsey.
And I'll give one to Sullen.
Yeah, Bjorn is, I guess, observing this.
How many
And-
D4s is it? Halsey doesn't actually have any in her.
2d4 plus 2.
Plus 2.
Thank
yeah.
you. Ooh, sheer.
Oh, garbage roll. You're gonna heal 4, Sullen.
6 for sheer.
As long as he's awake.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're
Yeah,
welcome,
Bjorn is-
kid. Come on. Easy up. Take it easy.
I'd also definitely like hiss as I woke up though, so it's like less cute and more just like feral baby.
So
He's
and
kind
also
of expecting it. Like this is like, yes, this is how children behave.
Sullen will also kind of wake up and scramble backwards and like hold an Eldritch Blast in his hand.
Hey, we're good. We're good now.
Bjorn just looks very like sort of sheepish.
He's
He's
up
like
now.
crouching,
He's
know,
fine.
next to-
He's fine now. Just
I'm-
gotta like pat Bjorn on the shoulder.
Sorry.
Are you
A
sure?
little harder than normal.
Fine. The vampire is gone, dead.
Yeah. Halsey did him in.
Yeah.
I sort of look over at Jose. Are you guys okay?
Yep, kid's awake.
Everybody seems to be, well, awake, alive.
We
Halsey's gonna
can't
inspect
do that
the,
again without resting up a bit.
No, we certainly
No.
can't.
As much as I'd like not to stop here, I don't know that we have a choice.
Well, I'm not sleeping in here. I'm not where I just
Hold on.
Passed out.
Annabelle's gonna just get up and go look for the door back into the orb room.
Well, is the room full of broken
it's
glass
there.
better or worse than the room full of barrels? It all sucks.
well, the
Well,
room
that one had a key.
It locks.
Oh, I suppose, yeah.
Is the body there or is it a bunch of ash? Like
It's a bunch of ash right now.
anything get left behind?
No.
No hat?
No hat.
Okay. Halsey's gonna kind of just investigate the room a bit and see if there's anything that they can use either for healing or to bunker down for the evening or to help set a trap or loot. Chinese.
The magical darkness will kind of dissipate, and it'll just show just a little bit more to the room, and there's not really a lot down here that you find with a thorough investigation. You do see a set of the stairs that you started to climb, and they go up for a little ways and then have a door at the top of them. But you on closer inspection, the barrels appear to be holding a liquid of some sort.
Does it smell like anything?
Make me a perception
Oh.
check.
Boy, this is how Halsey gets knocked the fuck out. Oh! Oh, wait! Thank you, +9. That's a 12.
The barrels smell pretty oaky, but beyond that, you don't really get much from it.
Hey, Viking! Come take a whiff of this. What do you think it is?
All right. Are the barrels stamped with any words or indicators of what's inside, or are they just completely?
Yeah, there is a stamp that reads Her Lady's Private Reserve in kind of a impressive font that has been burned into like using a brand into the side of the barrel. And there's also a date. It's a couple of hundred, like you go through and look and you're kind of surprised that like some of the dates go back hundreds of years.
Are we opening the barrels to look at this liquid?
Well, we haven't yet. I was mostly asking about the exterior. Was that in character or out of character?
Well, it was like more of a question because we know there's liquid in them, but like, how are we like seeing or smelling this liquid if they're still sealed?
Well,
feel
the
like
one was like corked, but
I'll
or untapped.
say that there's enough context clues that this feels a bit like a wine cellar.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Bjorn will kind of go over to Halsey and sort of be like, why are you clocking me for this? Whatever. Yeah, he'll investigate the barrel. It sounds like there's no real indicator on the outside of what's in it, so...
I'm sorry, I thought you had an appreciation for booze. I assumed that this was booze, and you would actually be able to. It's fine. I get it. If you don't drink, I don't drink either. It's all right.
I'm just saying that I'm not a winemaker or whatever this is.
You don't have to make excuses with me. It's all right. You don't got to be ashamed. It's okay.
Halsey, I drink. I'm just...
All right. Yeah.
Anyway.
Sure you do. She's gonna like pat him on the shoulder and kind of keep.
Yeah, okay, Little Miss Smoothies.
You'll come around. They're delicious.
I'm sure they're just fine. I'm trying to think about, like, is there anything about, like, are any of the barrels tapped already?
No.
Is there tapping equipment?
There is some tapping equipment
Okay.
down there that you find.
I mean, he'll kind of look around at everyone else and go, should I open one up?
Wine, it's wine.
Sure.
Unless you think it's not wine.
Well, if it's blood, we're about to find out.
It's true.
Yeah, I guess he'll tap one of the barrels.
I can always mend it shut.
All right. Yeah. Make me just a dexterity check.
Do you voice out loud that you think it's blood, or are you still on the booze kick?
That was in character. It was a joke, more or less, that Bjorn made.
Halsey will then kind of make eyes with Sheer, and she won't say anything, but she'll kind of like nod and like.
I would have like heard blood and crept closer.
I'm gonna do a dexterity check. Oh my god.
The ability you can see.
Right. Do I have any justification that I would like know how to do this better than your average bear?
I don't know. Have you tapped a keg before? Has Bjorn
Honestly,
done it?
I really do think he has.
Then yeah, like add your proficiency modifier to it.
My proficiency bonus, that's very genuinely still only a 6. Which is kind of absurd.
This is the way it's gonna go down.
Is the keg resisting?
No. What's gonna go down is that you go to tap it, and then just kind of in your head, you hear,
Well, I would have just made you one of me if you really wanted it that much.
and then you kind of like shake, and you're like,
Yeah, like jerk back. All right, did anyone else hear that?
Or what?
Yeah, what?
What?
Okay, there was a voice that had commentary.
Let the commentary say.
Something about wanting it this much, making me one of something or someone.
Step away from the keg.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Ugh.
creepy.
We saw the vampire disintegrate, right?
Yeah.
Like, no misty, anything. It was disintegration.
yeah.
Awesome. Okay.
Was that
Yo.
in character?
Well, Halsey's gonna, like, actually physically look around to make sure that and, like, mentally tap back. But I feel she would have watched that kill once she realized it went down to make sure it was dead.
You all don't think he's still in my head, do you?
Well, that wasn't the only vampire in the castle.
Certainly
No,
hope
of course not. But Well, DM, did it sound like the same voices before?
It sounded the same.
It sounded the same as before, but I suppose that doesn't mean anything necessarily.
Yeah.
The vampire attack, was it the same vampire?
Well-
Oh, okay. Okay. All right,
Well,
pool
Sure.
resources.
I mean, it seemed like it. Make me an intelligence check.
Okay. That's a 12.
You think so?
All right. Well, there's definitely something going on that I don't like down here.
Yeah.
Well, the daylight isn't going to last forever, and we need to heal up. So
No, it's not.
I know.
Well,
Annabelle's gonna go check the exits,
I
see if it
admit
looks like they would be defensible, if it looks like they would hold, or if they can get back into the room with the where the orbs were. And try. Just look around. Just check those bases.
Yeah, make me investigation check.
Yeah. Okay. That's a big ol' 15.
You do a thorough investigation. You know that at least it seems like if you were to go back into the room with the glass orbs, you could like clear away some of the glass, use your bedrolls effectively to be able to bunk down, and that like defending one path would probably be easier
Mhm.
than a
Yeah.
potential dual defense if
Mhm.
it came that way. And that with the locking of the door, you could at least get yourself a little time to hear the door unlocking or whatever,
Mhm.
assuming that they don't just teleport directly in there.
Of course. Of
Yeah.
course.
or that we don't need an exit.
Yeah, but
Getting
I
trapped in a box and all that.
Yeah, I would still rather have a more defensible place to take some rest than
I don't
take the risk
disagree.
of resting
we don't know
here.
what's up those stairs at all either.
Yeah.
Rather wish I did. I'm not a big fan of sleeping so near a door when I don't know what's behind it.
So why don't we just go backtrack just a little, just so we can get some rest.
Hold on 1 second. I'll clean it.
Okay.
DM, could I walk in there and thaumaturge a big gust of air in the middle and push all the glass to the walls?
Yes, I'll say that it would probably take more than one
Okay.
going, but like you could spend some time and get it cleaned up with that.
Okay.
I'll look at the barrels and then go help Sullen using prestidigitation.
Cover your eyes. It's
I
glass.
don't listen.
Maybe-
I'm prestidigitating stuff.
It is rather forceful. Like there's a big clap of white light and air in the middle, and it goes and sort of pushes all the glass to the sides, but it's got to do it a couple of times to make it clear, and then turns around and looks at the party and goes, "Come on."
All right.
Is there any reasoning to use the rest of this daylight spell to take a short rest and recover what we can, or do you guys just want to start the long rest? And start
Well,
sleeping in?
I can cast a little bit of light in there. I can't make it very bright, but I can.
Well,
give it
the
a little-
daylight would be a defense. It
Yeah,
would be if
I mean,
anything
like-
came in, it'll take some damage.
Well, we
Well,
can't
personally,
move it, can
I think we need to try and get as much of a full night's rest as we can.
All right.
I mean,
Halsey,
I don't know
Hal-
about all you, but I am. That fight did not. It was bad. It's bad.
I'm
I
not
am-
sleeping in here.
Sorry, Annabelle.
It's fine. That wasn't your fault.
Still.
Do you need anything?
No, I'm fine. Just some sleep.
I can heal us all before we go to bed if you'd like. I don't know if that would help anybody, but I'm
And
gonna
if
need
something
it.
comes at us in the middle of the night, then what?
Well,
Then you're out of
I-
any sort of resources and magic, in case that happens.
I don't completely run out of resources, but you have a point.
Just sleep.
Halsey's gonna start shoving whoever's left in the room
Yeah.
into the orb room. Like, come on, go.
We'll see. All right, well, you two can argue over this just as easily on a bedroll as you can anywhere else.
Is it better to sleep in the middle, or is it better to have somebody take the door? Are we taking a watch?
Halsey will take first watch.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose so.
If you don't mind, I'd like to sleep.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'll take last. I can wake
I'll
up.
stay up with Halsey.
All right.
Rest
we
of you
doing?
sleep.
I've already like curled up very small in a corner and like kicked some glass to the side.
Are we
Just
doing
laying
2
down.
shifts or 3?
We'll have
Oh.
to do 3 shifts.
If you want to
For
take
everyone.
middle,
Two of us to get some.
I
yeah.
can take last.
Are we asking the new one to participate? In which case, I'm not sure she should be up alone.
Well, she went to sleep. See
I
ya.
know.
You awake?
Sure, but we're going to bed, right?
Well, yeah, but we're thinking it might be a good idea to have some watches over the night. You'd be up for just waking up for a few hours to keep an eye?
Unless you feel
I'll
like you
do-
don't need to.
I'll do last with the bird one.
I don't think those two should be the only ones up at the same time.
I
Why
go
not?
back to sleep.
Annabelle, if you let me borrow your night vision goggles, I think we're both pretty perceptive, so I think I can do the first watch by myself, and everyone gets started on your sleep, and we'll trade off whether or not you want to go with Bjorn or Birdman or the kid.
All right, sure. You're gonna let me sleep. Fine. Then pass them over.
Thank you.
You two. I mean, whichever.
I'll take
What do you
last
think?
watch with Sia.
So what, I'd take the middle shift alone?
If you don't
No,
mind.
I'll take the middle shift with you.
Okay.
I got an idea of what to look
Do
out for.
first shifts. We'll be fine.
I'll
We
be right by
trust
myself.
you. Halsey, thank you.
Get some sleep.
Someone goes over and opens up his bedroll.
Going to sleep. Very tired.
No books tonight.
No. And if Halsey sees anyone not asleep, she's going to start throwing little candies at them.
What kind of candies are they?
Oh, she's got butterscotch candies.
Oh.
Thanks,
Someone
Grandma.
pretends to be awake so
Trying
that
to see
he
where
gets
there's.
them thrown at him.
He realizes what's up.
Uh,
All right. And first shift begins.
Mhm.
Halsey, make me a perception check.
Tell me now. Ooh, okay. 24.
An hour passes, or your first hour of watch, and you see what little light that was peeking through the edges of the door goes out. And you know that the daylight spell has ended. And then some time passes. And you swear you hear the faintest fluttering. And the rest of your shift goes by, no problem.
Does it feel like singular or collective? Like
A collective.
like on the other side of the door or inside the door?
On the other side.
Okay.
Like it's just barely. You could just barely make it out.
She will go and wake up Annabelle and... Actually, no, she's just going to wake up Annabelle and hand over the goggles. And like, whoever you wake up is going to be whoever takes your shift.
Yeah. Just
Um,
like kind of reach over and just kind of like smack at Bjorn's shoulder. Like, come on.
All right, I still.
Get the goggles back on.
I'm just not sure it's a good idea for the two of them to be left on watch alone.
as Halsey's like
Right.
curling up, like, you can change it. Wake one of them up and tell them to
Come on,
change
you
it.
know Sullen. If the new girl decides she wants to do something insane, he'll just encourage it.
Then wake one of them up and
You're
have
not
them do a
wrong.
shift with Annabelle.
I can wake up someone instead.
If you don't
Or Sheer.
think it matters,
Who do you want to take a watch with?
I don't know. Who do you want to take a watch with?
I don't know.
Decision.
You go back to sleep, I'll wake up someone.
Fine. If you want to flip a coin, fine. All right.
I'm gonna go over and just kind of like nudge at someone's bedroll. Without trying not to touch him, but with just by like yanking his bedroll a little bit.
He wakes up immediately. What?
Hey, shush.
Why are you waking
Wake
me
up
up?
the others. Come on.
Is it?
You're taking watch with me. Just come on. Come on.
Is it
Just come
morning?
on.
Is it?
Get-
I'm waking up. I'm waking up.
We're taking middle shift. Gordon's
Why?
gonna do watch with Cher just in case.
Because it makes more
Oh.
sense to have one magic user on each shift than it does the two of them together.
Okay.
Rather not. Yeah. That's
If something happens, it'll be not us who can figure out what it is.
Yeah.
I'm up. I'll do it.
Enjoy your shift.
Thanks for not killing me.
I'm sorry for what it's worth.
He just swallows and walks over with Annabelle.
Bring us back to bed.
Yeah. Kind of like once it feels like everybody's gone to sleep, I'll just kind of like nudge Solon's foot, like his boot, with mine. Just trying to avoid She knows that his touching things. She's trying to be as considerate as she can be, but like,
Nudges it back.
hey, you all right?
Would you believe it if I said I've had worse, but not as
I might.
close together as with your party.
That I believe.
How are you?
Pretty similar, actually.
Sorry.
For what?
I don't know, all of this. It's in between you and your sister.
Yeah.
He looks behind and looks at Halsey and then back at you.
Try not to think about that right now.
You try not to think about your sister.
Try not to think about the trouble that she might be in. Yeah.
He's stronger than me. I'm unfortunately full of thoughts all the time.
I said trying. Didn't mean I was successful.
That's fair.
I'm not about today, though.
I'm sorry, what?
I was close. It was a really fucking close call.
I'm fine. Listen, you do this all the time. I'm allowed to be fine if you're allowed to be fine.
Fine.
Thank you, though.
Yeah.
You've been the warmest to me out of everybody. I know that I keep saying, oh, I'm so
Right.
worried about you, but I know you've
It's a
got
pretty
it.
low bar, I'll say.
It's pretty low. I know. Well, you all built up a reputation for sort of getting into whatever you could, and I'm not going to lie that I thought that was rather attractive when I was trying to find all of you. You seem to be
Well,
getting a little bit more
My
careful.
tendency for getting into trouble, you mean?
See, that's why I like you. It's the chaos. But you are getting more
right.
careful.
Yeah, suppose so. A little.
Tiny bit. Speaking of... Actually, come here. He stands up.
What do you want?
come here. 1 second.
Why?
He squares up for a minute, like he's gonna punch you.
Really?
Yeah. Show me what you got, come on.
We're gonna like the others.
No, we're not.
Fine, fine. No, stand up.
Okay. Hit me. Go on.
I'm not very strong.
I know, but you're very fast.
All right. She'll go for a punch. Go
I'm
for
gonna
a
grab
jab,
her
yeah.
wrist
Ah!
as fast as I can. Show me your arms. Show me your arms.
Okay.
He pulls his sleeve down. His whole arm has little feather bits on it. Do you have these?
What? No?
Show me your other arm.
Yeah, here.
Have you seen any of these at all?
No, that's new.
You're fine. Not on your back, not on your legs, not on your feet, not on your face.
Not that
None of
I've
these.
seen. Not that I've noticed.
Puts the sleeves back down. I said you've been getting more careful, but you're clearly not that careful. I know you
That's
talked
why
to
I
her.
said more, so comparatively.
Yes, and I won't tell you that I think that it was an entirely terrible decision. However,
I know.
watch out for these.
Okay.
I've been trying to get rid of them for a long time.
It's not working, is it?
No, they fucking hurt.
Sorry.
Fine. I'm already, halfway down. I go down quite a lot and stuck kind of trying to not get hit by as many things, however. These help. I
Your magic.
prefer that you get away from them.
How it
That you don't
always
need it.
looks like those. Is that part of it, or is that have to do with you know who?
Would you believe me if I told you I didn't know?
Maybe.
A
I
little
think you know
risk is
more than you
fine.
let on.
I wish I could. Sometimes if you pretend that you know something, people start talking as if you do, and then you get more. Anyway, a little risk is fine, just don't hurt yourself. Told you it's not worth it.
Yeah.
Trying to hurt myself less anyway.
Good.
Thank you for helping me not die.
You're welcome.
You're stronger than you look.
Thanks.
I need you to make a perception check. You can either both make it or one can make it at advantage.
How you feeling, bud?
Yeah, all right.
You want to take advantage?
Sure.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about that. That's a 25. With that advantage?
You hear on the other side of the door a heavy thud, but not like two hard things making impact. Kind of like a sack of potatoes or something hitting the ground. And then you hear kind of like a wet dragging noise.
Annabelle.
I hear it too. It's
That's a
Okay.
body.
sure is. Does it sound like it's close to the door?
No, it sounds like it's maybe like 40 feet away. You rolled high.
Think you advantage. I think it's pretty far. I think it's at the other end of the room. But
Do we need to do anything?
I don't think so. Not unless it gets closer or we hear anything else
Okay.
closer to the door, and then we definitely need to let the others know.
Well, we're trapped in here no matter what. You think they're gonna block off the door?
Doesn't sound like it yet. I didn't hear anything like anyone moving the barrels or anything. So if they were gonna barricade it, I mean, is there any magic on the door now besides what was there before?
There was before.
Can you tell if there's anything new?
I could try.
Make me an Arcana check.
Okay. I was going to ask you, does my long rest apply before or
That's
after?
why I'm like, I'm gonna hopefully try to like save you from burning some slot.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's gonna be a 22.
You're confident that like there's been no new magic that has been applied to it, and that you basically dispelled what was there when you unlocked it.
Okay. Either something fell from the ceiling or someone put something there.
It was being dragged.
Or dragging itself.
Maybe, but
Well,
I think we're all right for now. We'll definitely need to let the others know what we heard so they can keep an ear out.
You also hear an eerie squelching sound.
kind of eerie.
Gross.
The kind that, as you hear it, you feel your stomach turn a little bit.
Drip, drop,
Cool.
slip, slap.
Cool. Cool. Tight.
Well, should we wake them up for the next watch?
Before you do, Bjorn.
Yes, DM.
You see a chair shrouded in light, surrounded by darkness. Chair that you've seen a drawing of. Chair that you saw as a boy. In the Jarl's home. What do you do?
So all I can see is the chair, and there's no one in it. Bjorn will step up to it.
As you go to step forward, you are pushed back.
He'll sort of pause, but try again,
And again,
with a little more force.
With a little more force, you are pushed in the opposite direction that you want to go.
He'll glance around, just to see if there's anything else. But if there's not, he'll try one last time.
And one more time, you're pushed away. And then you're struck with a sense of the kind of clarity that you only get in a dream, that as soon as you wake up, it's completely gone because the dream is nonsense. You realize that no matter what you will, you have no control. And you're not going to be able to do what you want to do. How does that make you feel, Bjorn?
Frustrated, I think is the word. In a very deep and old and tired way.
And then suddenly you're sitting in the chair. There is a heavy weight on top of your head.
Is the feeling the same or is it different now?
It carries more meaning now. And
Can
then,
he see? Finish.
And then you see, standing before you, in the most splendid, radiant armor, seeming as if she grew 6 inches. Maybe it's just the hair height. Scotty, with glowing eyes, looking at you. And then she says, "How could you?" And you don't have time to react before the hammer comes swinging down on you. And you wake. Who was waking Bjorn up?
Annabelle would have, yeah.
I'm gonna guess Bjorn does the like, whew, the like, which is like maybe too strong a reaction for whatever Annabelle did.
Definitely probably just like reaching out, like shaking his shoulder. Yeah.
Yeah, and he like jerks awake and like sits up really quick, and looks at her and is like, "Oh, Annabelle."
Morning.
Yeah. Is it?
You alright?
I had a strange dream.
It's yours and Cher's turn for watch.
Hey, shh. He sort of gives Sullen the like, what?
Sullen takes a couple steps in and just goes, "We heard something fall in the other room. Sorry, I know you just woke up."
It sounded like someone, sounded like a body.
And
At
the
the
sound
far
of
end of that room.
A
with the barrels.
Body? How long ago?
A few minutes.
Not too long ago, but sounded like it was being either dragged or like they were crawling to the other side, but not near the door. It doesn't sound like they've done anything to barricade the door or anything, so I think we're still good for now in here. So that's the only movement we heard.
There hasn't been anything else.
So we ought to be careful when we.
Do you think we should
rested, but
wake everyone up, or?
I don't think so. Not yet. It didn't sound like anything was near the door. If you hear something close to the door, then by all means, wake us up. But
Yeah, if there's anything else, I don't think we should sit here any longer.
Yeah.
Any other sound, I don't want anything to come near the door because then we're stuck.
Yeah.
Just the two of us still need to get a little more rest, so.
Who has the key, by the way?
Well, Bjorn had it before,
So you'd still have
Probably
it.
held on to it after we locked it, yeah.
so might have held onto it. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well,
Just keep an eye
Have you-
out. I guess.
Let us know.
Bjorn is gonna get up and very carefully and quietly go to listen at the door, just to see.
Make me a perception check.
I rolled a natural one. Never mind. I give up.
I'll go wake up Sheer also. Hey,
All right.
yeah, I feel like, hey, your turn for watch. With the big one.
And quiet if you can. There might be
Yeah.
something out there.
Just
Gonna
sit
say-
and like turn around exactly where I am and just kind of like stare out of the corner.
Going to bed.
All right. Well, you two go to bed.
Yep, night.
Let us know if you need anything. We'll wake up Halsey too.
Yeah, of course. Bjorn will go and sort of carefully sit down with a respectful distance in front of Seer, whatever direction she's facing.
Like, out towards the room because I was like in a corner.
Okay.
Oh, like dealer's choice on what corner.
Yeah, so just calmly just sitting down with her. So, well, we've got a few hours. You've been here for quite a long time, right?
Yes, I have.
Well, the lady of the house indicated to us that she'd traveled or moved in some way. Were they taking you with, or has this house always been here?
They move locations, right, DM?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, they just took me with.
And you said it was some kind of insurance threat?
Both. I am important to my family, the way family is, but then also culturally. So if you take that away, they were hoping to undermine our power.
You mind if I ask who our is? Where do you come from? I promise I'm not trying to grill you. I'm happy to talk about myself or the others. I just, I'd like to understand more about you.
How do I pronounce that island, DM?
Oh fuck.
Oh, like a Y in there? I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Give me 2 seconds to open it up so I can see the spelling.
This is a lovely time. If you're not in our Discord channel, we have a Lorelwind lore chat where we have things including our map or other nonsense.
Yolgroth.
I'm from Yolgroth. We have a keep in a forest.
No, I know it. It's not that far from Valkyr.
Ooh, that's a nice island. I've not been there, but I hear it's
lovely. I think you'd enjoy it. At least I hope so. That's where I'm from, to be clear.
do say you're a beefy lot.
I suppose so.
Well, maybe we'll get out of here and get a chance to see each other's islands.
I hope so, yes. Normally, there's another one with our group, my sister. She's missing right now, unfortunately, and I'd like very much to get back to looking for her, but once all this is resolved, I do hope to go home, so I suppose if you're ever passing through.
Well, if we do get out of here, you all will have saved me, and I will help you find your sister. That seems only fair.
Well, if you can or you don't mind, I certainly wouldn't turn down the help. But your family, do you not want to go back to them?
I most definitely do, but I would be honor-bound to help you first. They'll still be there. Hopefully.
Well, if your honor is important to you, I suppose. We don't necessarily have to talk about this now if you don't want to, but we're not gonna, tell you have to stay. But, I of course I'd appreciate the help.
Sort of shrug. Well, if we survive, I guess we can discuss it then.
I suppose so. Do you know anything more about what it is we're dealing with? You've been here for a long time. I mean, vampires, right? This is...
Yeah, sort of like stare off into the distance and like across my little like sharp teeth, and I'd be like, vampires.
You said something happened to you when you were here, or at least something changed.
Associates.
You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to.
She would definitely like stare off and like not answer that question in like a super direct way.
Well, all right. Listen, all of us have our secrets. I won't pry if you don't want me to. But, most of us, you hear about vampires as children's bedtime stories. What's true or not true about them is sort of, well, maybe Halsey knows. I certainly don't.
But I'm sure other people have heard things that are real in your land told as bedtime stories.
Oh, I'm sure they have. There are more than enough beliefs about the Valkyrian people on the mainland.
Yeah, I've heard a few. And I would like stare off again, but then I would like turn and like look at Sullen and be like, do you not trust that one?
He's... It's a complicated question. The way that he came to be with us was strange, I suppose. But he's stuck around when he didn't need to, and I won't say I don't respect that.
Fair-minded of you.
He's got a fair number of secrets, just like you and all the rest of us.
True. I would kind of like just pull my legs in and like stare off again.
Well, there's something out there, so keep your eyes, ears, whatever else you can do peeled? I don't know.
I will do my best to watch.
Excellent.
Perception check.
Both of us?
Or one can roll with advantage.
Do you feel like your character is good at perception?
No, you put like the dummies on this watch together.
Okay. Hey, I'm not terrible, so if you want to give me advantage.
Oh yeah,
then,
that's you on that then.
Bjorn would feel comfortable being like, I will keep an eye out as long as you're giving me a help.
Correctly.
If only someone in the party had guidance. Wow.
Oh, hey, guess what? I got an 18, so I guess I didn't need it, Sullen.
There you go. You hear... You hear... like a very faint screeching, and then nails, like they're clawing at a wood or clawing at a door.
Does the screeching sound like a creature or like a hinge or a non-organic
It
source?
sounds organic.
Encouraging. How close does this noise seem? Like, is it up against the door?
It's not up against the door. It's about 40 feet away. Roughly. Give or take.
How far are we into the watch when we hear this?
We'll say that it happens in the middle of your watch.
Okay. Well, Bjorn will start by sort of making eye contact with Seer and like jerking his head towards the door and kind of with the like, do you notice that?
Would like nod in recognition.
Any ideas?
If it's not at this door, maybe we should just see if we can finish sleeping.
All right, but if it gets any closer.
Fair.
Bjorn sits in silence and listens to the weird noises.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, your watch comes to a close. Other than weird noises, I would like the entire party to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Right.
In the world.
Oh.
Eat it.
Do we get a long rest?
You do get a long rest.
Great.
Buster thanks you.
I'll take that.
Oh
Oh no!
You're gonna have to speak up there, Annabelle.
You said it was a saving throw?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a big old 5
Oh, good.
for Annabelle.
Great.
21 for
Okay.
Sullen.
14 for Halsey.
Okay.
I rolled 2.
10.
Okay.
This is gonna be great.
So you said we got a long rest. Can I use the Tides of Chaos
Sure.
advantage situation? Thank you. Bless.
Nice fail for this one. Goodbye.
That'll be 12.
Okay. So Halsey, Sullen, and Sheer, you wake up no problem. Annabelle. What were you doing here?
Oh no. That's a great question. I don't know what I'm doing here. I guess.
Yeah, like, weren't you supposed to meet someone? Now, who was that you were supposed to meet?
Look. Do I recognize any of the people in this room?
Oh yeah, you recognize everyone who's in the room. You remember meeting them.
Okay.
You don't know why you're in this room exactly. You knew you had something important to do at some point, but you just can't remember what it was. Same with you, Bjorn. Weren't you looking for someone?
Fantastic.
Cool.
You're pretty sure you were looking for someone. Huh. It's weird.
Alright, where the fuck are we? What
What are you talking about?
are we doing here? What's
You know
What
why we're
happened?
here? This isn't funny, Annabelle.
And just
what the
for
fuck are you talking about?
clarification, you do recall that those people exist, but you have no memory of your search for Scotty, or that you were meeting Ellie,
Okay.
Those are the
Or
only
why
things that
you're
are
here.
gone.
or why
So
you're
we
here.
or why we're here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is the last thing we remember? Like, so we don't remember
Clearly.
arriving at the house.
You don't really remember. You do remember. It's like you have the events, they just don't make sense. You have no context for them.
Okay.
Not funny, Annabelle.
No, it's
No, it isn't. What are we doing here?
I can't remember either.
What are you talking about?
This doesn't make sense.
Well, first of all, keep your
Please.
voices down.
Wait, why?
There's something in the other room.
What?
Do we remember that?
Oh,
Yeah, you remember that.
okay.
You remember the weird noises.
Just brace yourself every 5 minutes for do we remember that?
Right.
Hold on.
Right, yeah.
Halsey.
Is this- Yeah.
Do vampires mess with your memory?
Does Scotty know if vampires mess with your memory?
Well, Scotty doesn't.
Scotty
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 doesn't know.
doesn't
I
know.
just got so many fucking emotions right now, guys.
That's gonna be the title of the episode. I believe that Scotty I believe that Halsey already did the check for this and knows that there is such a thing as a mind drinker vampire that can play with your emotions and fucks with your memory.
Does she know if there's any quick solution or overall solution, or is it just permanently fucked?
So like with most things with vampires, if it is caused by them, then killing the vampire will resolve it. If there are other ways such as dispelling it, because it's not just like, it's not a curse, it's more of a vampiric ability or a spell.
Does she know if there's like a timer on it? Like if it's been enough time, or is it literally like, oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's gonna kind of like kneel down in front of like Annabelle. Like, what's my name?
You're Halsey
Halsey?
Okay, where'd we meet?
in
At,
town.
yeah, in town.
Why don't you trust me?
I
think that's a trick question.
yeah.
Would Annabelle remember that specifically?
At
At least like the saloon shit.
yes, you would.
Okay.
So it's like, it's as if you have all of your memories, other than you do not know why you are in, like, why you're in this house, why you've been doing what you've been doing, and you have no memory of that you're trying to meet Ellie.
Okay. Cool.
Likewise, Bjorn, you have no memory of like Scotty being missing. She's not here, which is weird, but also like it's not a concern.
Okay, so she was just mostly checking to see if they remembered her previous day events, and she was leading to why they were here at the party. So it was pretty much she was starting a timeline. So I'm going to assume through that. So
Uh,
It's just I don't It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like foggy.
Yeah, why are we here?
We got here yesterday. All of us had invitations. We had an absolutely terrible dinner party in which none of us ate
Yeah.
anything, and then we were put in cages. We fought our way out of that, ended up in this room.
Sheer, do you know if there's any mind drinkers in the palace?
Excuse me, what's a mind drinker?
Any what?
I don't
It's-
love the sound of that.
Yeah,
I know that.
I
gotta have that download.
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe you should just try slapping the big one. I'm gonna slap him.
Halsey's gonna look at herself, look at Sullen, look at Sheer, look at Annabelle, look back, like,
Be walking forward, and if no one stops me, I'm gonna slap Sullen. Not Sullen, Bjorn in the face.
this party does PvP.
yeah.
I think he would try to stop that happening.
That is not gonna help Sheer. I'm not gonna stop you, but that's not gonna solve anything.
So this might be a contest.
Yeah, I think that I would also try and be like, here, come on.
What are you doing?
Don't slap it. Well, do you have a
No.
solution?
Yes,
Okay,
it's
so-
not hit them. They've had enough.
You don't know if
Yeah,
there's
I do
mind
remember
drinkers
that. I do remember
here.
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That we got very hurt yesterday. I do remember
Yeah.
that.
I would not being slapped first thing in the morning would be preferable.
Yeah.
A certain type of vampire, they feast on your memories. And
Okay.
the longer you're
Great.
here, the more likely they'll take more, or if we're not missing anything, possibly start attacking us.
If
Best-
things could stop fucking with my mind, that would be great.
You're telling me.
Please keep your voices down. There is something in the next room.
Right.
Listen. Well,
What you hear? All right. Well, first to wrap this up, to get those back, we're gonna need to get you to a high-powered cleric or magic user to see if they can turn that shit off. Otherwise, we gotta go kill the bitch that ate your memories.
I know where one is. We can find
All
it.
right. Perfect. Okay, then she's gonna turn back to Sullen.
Okay.
What's in the next room? What'd you hear?
We had something that sounded like a large, lumpy thing, which I'm
It
going
sounded
to
like a body.
assume is body. And then
Okay.
we heard
heard
it drag itself, or someone drag it to the other side of the room, and then scratching. So there's something in there.
Would this seem like a?
Well, someone
I
would
don't
know
like
about
that
the
grin.
scratching.
Oh!
Oh no.
Would Halsey know what this is, or can Amber the player make a guess?
Ooh, well, Amber the player can always make a guess.
But does Halsey know what the guess is?
That's the well, tell me what you're thinking and then I'll adjudicate.
I'm thinking
justly.
someone got turned last night. Someone got buried.
Turned.
All right.
Or buried, and then they woke up.
Make me an intelligence check.
I don't like that one. Oh, dirty 20.
It very well could be that.
Or
It could very well be something worse.
no.
We'll see. If you have no idea what's in that next room, then the best we can do is get these two up and running.
There's
and-
only one door. We might as well just go see what it is.
Yeah.
They're gonna function okay. They're just gonna be a little bit confused. And so we just gotta get them out of here.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
I know you'll both be fine. I know that one of you is incredibly ready to fight anything with your fists at any time and doesn't question it at all. If
Looks
you
at
remember our
Annabelle.
conversation
You
last
can be
week.
talking like
Halsey
the
turns to Sheer.
They look at each other like it's definitely you.
Like, it's not me,
Halsey's
it's
looking
gotta
at
be you.
Sheer.
And one of you is incredibly ready to overthink everything at all turns and then tell himself that he's absolutely not interested in getting involved. So we're going to do this as carefully as possible.
Well, that's new from you.
You,
Alright,
yeah,
so-
yeah, you, careful.
On the other side, potentially a new victim got turned, or something worse.
I think it's foolish of us now that we're all up to be sitting around here bickering about it. We should go find out what the hell is in that room because
All right.
maybe killing it will solve this.
Before you
Yeah,
do
do you
so,
know? Damn it.
as you're rolling up your bedrolls, Annabelle,
Yeah.
you find a singular black feather.
I'm gonna hide that shit in my bag, in the very bottom of my bag.
Carry on.
Okay, fine.
Now you know what it's like.
I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know what this is like.
Rolls a
I
19
tell you
perception and catch up on that frantic bed rolling.
I would say that there is no reason that you would actively be watching or looking out. Like, this would happen at a point where you're all kind of doing the exact same thing and would be distracted.
Mm-mm.
So unless you have reason to be like clocking Annabelle and watching her, no.
All right, well, everybody put your stuff away and prepare whatever it is you need to prepare, and then we'll go see what that is or was.
All right. I don't think I have anything that'll get us in there any easier, but I can. We'll see. If we get in there and we need to see if. Well, it is something that's turned. We might be able to deal with it.
Bjorn will hold up the key in one hand and hold a weapon in the other and give everybody kind of the
take
look
it
of
out.
like, y'all ready?
Holding
It's out.
Ready.
Out, it's ready.
holding the shot in case.
He will
Yeah.
carefully open the door.
And as you open the door, it's exactly as you left it. There's nothing, no dirt out of place. It's just the same.
Anything on the ceiling?
You look, and no, the room's empty.
Any barrels look like they've been moved?
You check. Nothing.
Any prints or drag marks or bloodstains in the on the ground?
No.
Anything on that table that was about 40 feet away?
Nope.
Under the table?
That was on the opposite side of the room.
Yeah.
I propose that we as a group do a stealthy look around the room and advance through the room towards the staircase.
Yeah, seconded.
Make me a group stealth check.
Okay.
May I guide the less stealthy members of our party, including myself and Sia?
Okay. All right, solid.
Well, I that includes you. Take your guidance.
Guidance is D4, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's good because I have disadvantage on all stealth rolls.
Oh, didn't know that.
Ooh.
That's why I made a face. 10.
You leave me alone.
13?
I got a 16.
Okay.
Okay. I was waiting for everybody else to be done. There's a lot of people talking over each other. I don't know how Jess does it.
Practice. All right. Okay. You going quietly. Check the room. Do as thorough of an investigation as you feel like you're comfortable allowing. And you find nothing other than the barrels that were there, the tapping stuff. There's not really much in this room. You guys got a lot of magic items at the last thing. And some coin. I'm not throwing shit at you right
I'm
now.
more so concerned about something coming out our face.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
more like
Yeah.
clues of the
And it
narrative.
seems like there's nothing in this room. And you can make it to the stairs. What is your marching order as you go up, and how do you plan to proceed?
Halsey is going to suggest someone who can check the stairs first, because
What
they
Yeah,
I go first.
I feel like
Little
Bjorn,
light
because
on
he
my
was
feet.
first through the door, probably advanced through the room first, but then like definitely looks at the two rogues kind of
Yeah.
like,
I think Annabelle will go first up the stairs, checking for traps, especially having seen Halsey kind of like fall through a step.
Right. I'll go
Yesterday.
behind her and flip up detect magic.
Halsey will take the rear.
Bjorn can go after Solon.
I'll be in front of Halsey.
Yeah.
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 She will offer you some candy.
I'll sniff it suspiciously and hide it somewhere on my person with my no pockets.
Tuck it into your shoe. Oh wait, you don't have shoes.
Nope, I'm just walking barefoot through glass.
Good thing prestidigitation's a cantrip.
All right. Annabelle, make me a perception check or investigation, because you're kind of taking your time.
Okay. That's gonna be a 15 perception.
So you see that where Halsey slipped through the loose board or the weak board, and you see that there are a couple of more boards as you go up that have kind of like that similar rot, because as it collapsed, there's some like pieces that are left on the edge, and so you're able to be like, don't step on those as you're going. And are able to skip up, and the stairs go up quite a ways. It vaguely feels reminiscent to the climbing of the stairs in the tower, where it's almost getting to that point of you're not really sure how far you've gone up the stairs. And then you get to a door at the top.
I would like to please check this door for traps.
Make me a perception check.
Okay. Caught it. Okay. And that's gonna be a 24 investigation.
All right. It is indeed trapped. And it has a mechanical trap.
Can I try to disarm it?
Yes. Use your thieves' tools.
Can do. Okay. That's gonna be a 28.
All
with my thieves'
right.
tools.
It takes you a little while. Like, this one's intense. It's like a little rough going, but eventually you're able to be like you have a little slip that you're like, oh shit, and then get it. And then and you're pretty damn proud of yourself right now, because that was a hard lock to pick.
Sullen whistles very low behind you. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we should be good to go through this now.
Hey, hold on. He touches the side of his head, flips up detect magic. I don't know if that was audible.
Yeah. I was just trying to think, because
It's okay.
As for right now, you don't see anything, which you take comfort in. And you push
What do
the
we
door open, and it opens out into a hallway that is dark, but not like magically dark, just dark. And it looks like you're in the middle of a path that you can go left or you can go right.
Well, Bjorn will go to like start pulling out a torch. Just because it's quite dark. And sort of shrug at everybody and step into the hallway.
Yeah, I'll follow.
As you light the torch, it blows out.
Fantastic. Is there a breeze that he feels, or is it a snuffing that is strange?
Solon's done some shit like this before.
All right.
Pull out my gem of brightness and try doing just like the light cantrip that it can do.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So yeah, your detect magic would have noted thaumaturgy.
Okay.
Here's
From which direction?
So here's the thing. It wasn't necessarily a direction as if it was cast.
It was a trap.
Sort of. It's more like a magical effect that's just in place in this area.
I think that Solon would kind of stop Annabelle for a second and go, I can do that for free. Hold on.
So nice, but all right, yeah. Put it back in her pocket.
If it didn't come from a direction, are there any light sources in this hallway that are not the one that Bjorn just lit? Like, are there lanterns on the wall?
You see wall sconces, but no candles.
Okay. Annabelle, do you want to go left and I'll go right?
With light, or just to see what we can find?
Yeah, I lied. If you can do it for free, I can do it for free.
Yeah,
Bjorn,
sure.
give me that. Can I borrow that?
The torch? Yeah,
Yes.
sure. He'll hand it over.
Okay. I'll cast light on it. And step into the hallway to the right.
I'll pull the gem back out and do just the light cantrip on it, which doesn't use charge, and I'll go the other way.
All right.
Just-
Bjorn
just
just
a
will
little bit.
stand in the middle.
Yeah.
Get your weapon out.
It's
As if she
out.
doesn't already. So you got gem in one hand, sword in the other. Like, yeah.
I need the two of you to make stealth checks.
And I guide Annabelle.
Yeah.
If they're really walking, I would like lean over to Halsey and be like, "This seems unwise."
I don't think I'd recommend it, but they seem committed.
Well, do we
Wait, are
have
you
another
going?
option?
Is Solon going with Annabelle now?
I'm on the other side of you.
Oh wait, I thought we were going down opposite.
Yeah.
We're going like
Yeah.
this.
But
Yeah,
you
okay.
touched her before.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I've got the.
You've got the D4.
Oh, got the.
Take a
Uh,
D4.
All right, so that makes it a 25 for my stealth.
16.
I lied. I can't hear when you talk at the same time.
25.
16?
Okay.
25 for Annabelle, 16 for Solon.
Yeah.
There we
Okay.
We got it.
You both stealthily, as quietly as you can, walk in opposite directions.
I don't want to go more than like 10 feet.
You're gonna go like about 10 feet, and then you're gonna get to a corner.
Oh, okay. Is there more hallway?
And then you see more hallway.
You both do?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back.
No, you
I
don't.
look over my.
Oh, I don't?
No, you don't. What you lot who stayed in the middle see is them walking away. And then them coming back from opposite directions.
So now I'm on the side of Annabelle, and Annabelle's on the side that I was on.
Yeah.
So do
does
Solon and Annabelle see each other?
Yes, does it look like I'm on the other side of the party?
No. I
Do
mean,
I see Annabelle?
it doesn't really, like, register.
Okay.
Would the door be on opposite sides for them? So if like the door was here and someone was going this way and turned to come back, wouldn't it be flipped if he was suddenly coming from the opposite direction?
Not
Or
for
something
them,
else?
no.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
Well, I just saw more hallway.
Wait, door?
Yeah.
There's no door. It's just a.
No, there's no door.
It was just a hallway.
Where did you
No
come
door
from?
that we came in?
No door? What? Door? No. There's no
Just
door.
for those two, right?
Right, check.
Do you check?
Wait, does who check what?
Do you check to see if there's a door that you just came
Me?
out of? Yeah.
I assumed we were standing in it, like in the frame.
Then this would be different. Sorry. I thought that everybody got into the
Bjorn
hallway.
stepped into the hallway, so
She
I
acknowledged
could
we
be in the
heard anything.
hallway. But I kind of assumed the other two hadn't.
I would have assumed we would have, because we would have had to been looking down where you guys were
Yeah.
going.
Oh, because I was gonna say like, oh, the door's closed behind us before. We shouldn't all.
For ease of DMing, I was going to suggest that Sheer watch one end and Halsey watch the other one. We just couldn't quite get a break into the conversation, so let's just assume that's what happened.
Yeah,
So
that's
Halsey
fine.
will watch Annabelle if Sheer watches Sullen.
Okay.
So there is no longer a door.
Yeah.
Okay.
It didn't close. There's just a wall there.
Would we have seen anything?
No. It's just if you look back there, there's just a wall.
Kind of creep back over to the party, I guess, on the side I assume that I just came from, and go, well,
Same.
there's just more hallway, but I think we have to pick from here.
No, but you were on the other
Okay.
side
No, it wasn't. I'm on the right
of me. No, you left that direction and just came back from this direction.
DM, does it look like... Do I see that I was on the other side? And do I see Annabelle on the other side of the party?
Yes. It's just from
Okay.
your... So, like, just to make this... I know it's confusing. It's just a... Like, it doesn't register to you. Like, it feels to you like you went and then you came back.
Mhm.
What they saw is that you went and then you came back from opposite directions.
Right, okay.
They're not acknowledging the visual discrepancy, whatever that word is with the D. Yes.
Right.
Yes, discrepancy.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
Well-
Bjorn is like, but you were on the other side.
No, I wasn't.
No.
Halsey's
were.
like, I watched you walk away, but then I watched Annabelle come back, and I didn't.
That can't be. What? Okay.
Hold
Where'd
on.
the door go? Fuck.
Yeah, there was a
Damn it.
door.
Did it again. Fuck.
We need
Okay.
to stop
Did we?
stepping through doors without.
We need to get out of here.
Yeah.
It's not like we can go backwards.
No.
Halsey's gonna inspect like a couple of the wall sconces and just see if there's anything that looks like a break. Not necessarily the door we came from, but a different route than the two loops.
Okay, well, we've learned this lesson. I don't think we should get too far away from each other.
I don't think so either.
Either we're supposed to move collectively together, or there's another way out of here.
Well, the two are not mutually exclusive.
Oh.
I vote in favor of staying together for now.
We do too.
I agree. Yeah.
It seems too maze-like to split up.
I
Maze
don't
in a
trust it.
loop does not feel good to me. Hold on. DM, if I take a feather off my shoulder and put it in one of the sconces and then walk down the hallway and then walk back, is it still there?
Before you do that, Halsey, make me the investigation check as you were
Oh, I'm
wanting
so
to
sorry.
look at the sconces.
That's a 10.
They all really look the same. Okay, so you're putting a feather in one of the sconces.
Feather sconce. I want to walk through and I want to see if it's still there. Like, I want to make sure that we're not, like, through Sullen is doing the thing where he's, like, jumping to the worst conclusion, which is that we're doing, like, some kind of magic thing where we're not in the same place. So he wants to see if it's still there.
As you put the feather in, whoosh, it, like, the sconce flames up and just ash, and then it dissipates.
Okay.
Bjorn will try the same sconce and try putting a copper in it instead, just to see if there's a difference.
You see
You giving
the
them-
sconce flame up.
Okay.
You trying to give them gifts?
No, your feathers are magic.
What if Emma's gonna
That's
pull a
cool.
piece of chalk from her bag and just like mark the wall, and then like go down and like mark the wall in one spot, and then kind of like keep going for a little bit, and then like double back, do the walk again, just like see if anything happens to it, like with the sconce.
Fucking love Labyrinth. The the brick kind of comes out, rotates, and goes back in.
Walk.
All right. Well,
Right.
this is my nightmare. Okay.
Yeah, not terribly fond of this one.
Okay, so we stick together.
Yes. We walk in an infinite loop.
Well, so we pick a direction and see what happens.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee. You said you saw more Holloway, right?
Yes, we both
Yeah.
saw the hallway. Annabelle, did you see anything else?
Just more hole.
Me too. I didn't even walk down
Yeah.
it.
No, me neither. I was gonna turn back and tell the others what I saw, and then we were just there. So it's weird. I guess, according to you, but
I'm
not like to Bjorn and Halsey and Sheer, but
We'll get all of us out of here and then we'll address the memory issue. This one's new, I
Yeah.
promise.
yeah.
Left or right, I suppose. Unless any of you have any ideas.
Could
It's
take
flip
out a
for
copper
it.
piece. Heads or tails?
Those aren't directions.
Or which way? Tails would go which way?
Left.
All right. Blah! I dropped it.
All
We
right.
go right.
All right.
Start walking right.
Heads
All
like
right.
Give me 1 second.
I guess Sullen still has the light up and the torch and kind of holds it above his head, not kind of used to being the first person in marching order.
What direction did you say again?
Right.
Right.
Right. Okay. Give me 1 second.
Just from where the door used to be, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving as a group, I want you to give me another, like, well, let me not presume. Stealthy or post haste?
I would vote in favor of
Okay.
caution, yes.
Yes. So would I? Yep. Mm-hmm.
I would like another group stealth check then.
I would like to guide all of the people, mostly the Bjorn, apparently.
Oh man,
Natural 20.
the disadvantage
Nice.
got me because I rolled super high.
13.
Also 13.
10 again.
7.
Oh.
Who's in the lead?
Swashbuckler's carrying it.
Me.
Okay, so it's a different
I think
marching order
Annabelle's
this
up at the
time.
front with him.
Well, he's got the light. I think Bjorn would be
Annabelle's got
right after.
her gem of brightness also. That's still.
Halsey. Okay.
Lit.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. You go to the right and then turn the corner, and it's this weird the perception of it's kind of that Vegas feeling where you're not really sure where you are and how long you've gone because everything just looks the same. It's that very much the decoration in here is designed to disorient you and keep you here longer than you intended. So it's you go to the right, you take and you turn and you go down another hallway and you're not really sure how long you've been going, and then you come to another cross where you can go to the left or you can go to the right, and it looks very similar to the exact same cross that you were at before, but it kind of feels like you've traveled, so you're not really sure. Which direction do you want to go?
With detect magic up, do I see anything? Are there doors? Are there things in the sconces? Are
There's
there...
nothing. Like
What's the
it
ceiling
is-
looking?
The ceiling looks like a normal kind of ceiling, other than it has like little arches.
Okay.
Well, so here's a funny trick that I learned when I was a child. That to solve any maze, you pick a wall and you follow only that wall from the entrance to the exit. No matter how many turns it takes, you will always be able to leave.
I recommend we count steps so we can
Alright.
gauge.
So
I don't mind counting. But
turn right again, then?
yeah.
Well, you pick a wall, so if
The right
we
wall.
choose the right-hand wall, then no matter...
Stick out my right hand. Just like fall in the wall. So that would take us to turn right then, yeah?
Yes.
Sure.
Annabelle,
Yeah.
make me a wisdom saving throw as you touch
Oh,
the
no.
wall.
Oh no. Fuck. Okay. Okay. 16.
You feel your body just get woozy, and the room starts spinning a little, and
Oh,
then
God,
you
I felt
shake it
that.
off.
Shake it off.
You shake it off.
Okay. Okay, don't touch the wall.
And
Don't touch the wall.
Are you
as
alright?
you look at your hand, there's this weird, like, slime.
Does that seem familiar?
Kind of hold out my hand to show everybody.
Don't touch me. Oh,
Wipe it
God.
off.
Well, that's
Wipe it
just
off.
fine.
Hold
my
on,
coat.
hold on. Can I
Hang on.
Really?
press the thaumaturge it off? Like
You
a
don't
hand
have prestidigitation!
I know.
Stop it!
Terminal wizard
This
disease.
coat is saying worse. It's fine.
That's disgusting.
Ugh. Yeah, nasty.
Yeah, okay, well, you don't have to touch the wall. Just keep track of, make sure that the wall to your
Yep.
right is always the one that you're following.
Yeah, yep, uh-huh.
And so when you end up in a dead end, you go around the end of the dead end, and then your right wall is still the...
Well, keep track of steps. That way you can gauge if something starts seeming screwy.
Have we perhaps considered that the...
I need all of you to make me a perception check.
Have we all considered that perhaps the walls are not walls?
Ugh.
Carl looks at the
What do you
slime.
think they
And
are?
it backs up. It's falling like, oh, fuck.
12, and I don't think anything in this place is exactly what it seems.
Well, I think that perhaps...
25 perception.
30-20 for Halsey.
All right. Annabelle. You don't see it. But you hear it. And then you start thinking about the sounds you heard. And it's really clean here. Like, there wasn't really anything other than the barrels down below. And there's nothing but nothing in these walls or in this area. And then anybody want to make me a nature check real quick?
Absolutely.
Man.
Not.
18.
Natural 20, although I do have a -1.
16.
That's a 3.
I think at this moment, almost collectively, you all realize the ooze and the fact that Annabelle got a little uncomfortable, and now you can hear the kind of squishing, slogging sound that's coming up behind you all. And that's where we're going to end the session.
That's terrible.
Is it cube shaped?
Is it cubed? Is it cubed?
Cube.
Is it cube?
Fuck.
I'm gonna have to pull out that meme that I sent.
Please.
Ha. Hi.
I just want to know if it's cube shaped.
Remember when the pitched that this was a horror campaign, fucker?
Yes.
You almost derailed it though. Come on.
Horror campaign that made me cry today. How we doing?
Hi.
Doing great.
The real story are the friends we tried to murder along the way.
It's true. The friends that we successfully murdered along the way.
You were just unconscious.
Yeah,
All
Halsey
right.
wants to talk to you. That's
Let's-
different.
I'm dramatic.
Let's do our shout outs and then we can scream about this after.
Okay.
Do it. What's up, everyone? I am Dusty, or Elegant Feather Duster, and you can find me on other platforms doing mostly cool things like cosplay on Instagram, among other things, and like selling 3D prints and stuff, which is basically my life this week. I'm boxing up a whole bunch of stuff in my living room right now. I'm also on Twitter as Elegant Feather because there's a character limit, and I'm here on Twitch also as Elegant Feather Duster, and I stream video games on Fridays. And I'm playing silly Star Wars things right now, so come say hi to me.
Kai.
What about?
Oh, wait. We're
I
good.
was gonna ask, what about Thursday?
Oh, well, I guess, yeah, I should probably say here on Gut Punch, if you haven't heard the news yet, I don't know where you've been, but if this is the first time you're hearing the news, we are starting a new campaign in which I am the DM, and we're going to be playing some cowboy stuff. It's a 5e campaign. It's gonna be some like blended cowboy stuff and fantasy stuff. It's gonna be pretty cool.
Kai.
All right. Stephanie or Kai. Kai will cosplay on the things and the stuff, and I will be here on Thursday. Yeehawing.
Yeehaw.
Yeeing your haws, hawing your
And
yees.
hawing. Pew pew.
And Vic.
Hello, I'm Vic, or Vicious Rockery. I am a cosplayer. I'm mostly on the Twitter and the Instagram. I have a bunch of stuff I'm trying to finish for DragonCon. And I also will be yeeing and hawing on Thursday. I'm very excited about it.
Nat.
Hello, I'm Natalie, Shield Maiden or Shield Maiden cosplay across all platforms. That's Shield with 2 eyes. I'm also the Yeehaw Club. Yeah.
Bodani.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Bedonia Talik, or Bedonia Cosplay, across the thing. I will not be yeehawing because I am a goddamn lady, thank you, on Thursday. No, she's not. And
Ladies-
also go
ladies
watch
can
Dusty's
yeehaw.
stream on Friday. That's all I got.
All right. And I am Dr. Psychowl. You can find me pretty much everywhere on social media as Dr. Psychowl, except on Twitter, where I'm Dr. Psychowl TV. I have been the Dungeon Master this evening. I have made my players feel things, whether they wanted to or not.
Slimy things.
Slimy things. Had some fun with some descriptions tonight. Yeah. I don't know. I'm working on things. Who knows what life is anymore?
How many slimy owls are there in the trench coat?
Oh, why are they slimy?
Oh, get that dog so out.
Slimy yet satisfying.
I'll throw back.
I don't know. There's like at least 25 in there or something.
Maybe there's one slimy owl that all the other owls are like, hey dude, please go take a shower.
You're spoiling the coat.
This is gross. This is gross. Okay, I hope you all had fun, and I hope that you all had fun, and I hope you all had a Baja Blast, and we're going to go raid level 1 geek. So go ahead and go say hi to them, and we will see you all on Thursday for Cowboys, which, by the way, I'm in as well. So yeah. All right. Bye.
Oh, yeah.
Love you.